Good morning to you. It is 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Well, the rapid pace of staff selections for the new Trump administration continues, with more than a dozen appointees already tapped to hold key positions.
President-elect Trump has nominated Fox News host Pete Hegseth to be the next Secretary of Defense. Hegseth has served in Iraq and Afghanistan and has urged Trump to clean house at the Pentagon. The Princeton and Harvard-educated Hegseth has been critical of women in combat roles. Hegseth's nomination getting mixed reviews from Republicans. Alaska Senator Lisa Murkowski saying, "Wow." Louisiana Senator Bill Cassidy saying, "Who?" North Carolina Senator Ted Budd calling Hegseth an impressive individual.
That's ABC's Christiane Cordero. Trump also says that Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy will lead what he calls the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation searched the Robertson County home of a former Metro Nashville Police Department officer. Channel 4 says Garrett Davidson had been the subject of an investigation into who leaked the Covenant School shooter's writings to the Tennessee Star, which published all 90 pages. A study claims that Nashville is experiencing one of the biggest drops in rental prices in the nation. Channel 4's Dryden Quigley with real estate agent Jake Combs, who says that it all started in 2019 with an influx of new people in the area.
Once that started happening, rental prices started climbing very, very quickly. Well, developers and the builders started catching on to that. So then all of that started getting kicked into overdrive.
Now, after a few years of construction, he says the supply is outpacing demand. The median asking rent is $1,526 a month, down 6% from last year.
Now, rental decreases aren't everywhere in Middle Tennessee. It is going up in East Nashville, Springfield, Columbia, and in Spring Hill. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Michelle Franzen.
After achieving record highs following the election, stocks were down Tuesday, with the Dow closing down 374 points, the S&P dropping 15, and the Nasdaq falling 17 points. The Justice Department filed a lawsuit in a Maryland federal court Tuesday seeking to block United Health Group's $3.3 billion purchase of Amedidus. The suit citing concerns that the deal could hinder access to quality home health care. British oil company Shell with a major legal win after a Dutch appeals court overturned a 2021 landmark case brought by climate activists that had found the company partially responsible for climate change. Driverless taxi company Waymo announced they're beginning to roll out a limited service for select passengers in Los Angeles. The service, which has been up and running in San Francisco and Phoenix, will allow LA-based passengers chosen from a wait list to begin requesting rides.
Could be some more losses on Wall Street this morning when the opening bell hits. It's the Dow futures down 73 right now, the Nasdaq futures losing 29, and the S&P futures are minus 9 points. That's the latest news, traffic and weather. And next, I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got a spot where there's some road work this morning, closing the intersection at Highway 70 and East Kingston Springs Road. That's in Kingston Springs. Just be careful of that. That'll be through Friday afternoon. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled,
opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
5:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Man, what a morning. Right off the bat, to find out Marsha Blackburn, she has endorsed Rick Scott for the Senate Majority Leader. She'll be joining us at 8:06. Can I just say there's going to be no living with Chris Hand after this?
Oh, no.
Oh, this is all his doing.
Joan, he's going to be a Johnny. He's going to be spiking the football. He's going to be like, look what I did.
It'll be hard to get that big head of his through the doorway.
Oh, I got to tell you, he'll be taking credit.
Yep.
So
Yep.
We'll find out from Senator Blackburn. Because, I mean, all the conversations about all that was supposed to actually happen today.
Yeah.
And she had been saying that she wanted to hear from, John Thune and Rick Scott and who the other person, who I forget who it was. John Cornyn. Yeah. And she said that she wanted to hear from all three, but then all of a sudden she decided that she's going to endorse Rick Scott. So yesterday we had, and by the way, Mike Lee out of Utah also going to endorse Rick Scott for leader of the Senate. Senator Haggerty, of course, yesterday, as you know, endorsed Rick Scott on this show yesterday. And so now we've got Senator Blackburn. She'll be on today.
She wanted to hear from all these other guys, but she heard from
a lot of us.
She heard from a lot of us.
I think it's, Tennesseans that matter.
Do you know what I think? I think that Tennesseans and Americans, we are so sick and tired of the BS, and we don't want a lot of these BSers that Donald Trump would have to deal with. We want loyalists. I said yesterday there's nothing wrong with loyalists.
No, in fact, any CEO of any company wants loyalists.
That's exactly right.
That's
and so
true.
Trump, we've only got basically 2 years, right? I forget who I was talking to, but I was talking to somebody yesterday. And I had made the comment, Trump's got 4 years to get this crap done. He's actually only got 2, if you think about it, because in 2 years, we do have a midterm election. And oftentimes, the midterm elections, they don't go well for the party in power. We've got a majority in the House, we've got a majority in the Senate, and we've got the White House, and we're not afraid to use it, and we can't be afraid to use it. I don't mind an enemies list. I don't mind Trump bringing in loyalists. I don't mind any of that. By the way, have you seen, Senator Marsha Blackburn now endorsing Rick Scott? It looks like, if I'm reading all of the tea leaves and all of the X feeds and all the tweets and all that, it looks like Rick Scott now does have enough for confirmation in the Senate. So we'll talk to Senator Blackburn about that. A very short hit, by the way, at 8:06 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. A lot has happened overnight. Pete Hegseth, of course, I don't know if you saw this. A Tennessean, has been tapped by Donald Trump to be Secretary of Defense. One of the things that I find interesting is that the left, have you seen this? They're having a field day making fun of, they're like a bunch of schoolyard bullies is what they are, because they're making fun of some of the things that Donald Trump wants to do and some of these nominations that Trump is bringing forward. I love that Trump is fearless. He is absolutely fearless. And he's picking these folks to be in his cabinet. And I like that he is sort of He doesn't care what the norms are in Washington, D.C. He doesn't care what the norms are or what the polite society in the swamp thinks about his picks. He is going for people that he knows are going to be on board with what he wants to do. So Pete Hegseth for Secretary of Defense. Elizabeth Warren actually tweeted this out. Listen to this. She says, a Fox and Friends weekend co-host is not qualified to be the Secretary of Defense. She says, I lead the Senate military personnel panel. All three of my brothers served in uniform. I respect, she says, every one of our service members. Donald Trump's pick will make us less safe and must be rejected. So I read that and I'm thinking, okay, let's go through what Pete Hegseth has as far as qualifications, right? Yes, he did serve in the Army. He was a squadron leader in Iraq. He served in Afghanistan. He also served at Guantanamo. 2 Bronze Stars. He's been a veterans advocate for years now, doing everything that he can to protect the veterans and an advocate not only for the veterans, but also an advocate for Donald Trump and our military. He graduated from Princeton and Harvard. I mean, Pete Hegseth is an incredible human being. He also appears on WTN once a week with Brian Wilson. He holds a master's degree in public policy. He has said many times, and this is really critically important, a strong military is absolutely essential to bringing longer-term peace and stability to the world. So here's a guy who adheres to peace through strength. That is critically important. He knows that the best deterrent against, provocation from other countries is a strong military. The New York Times says that he may have a hard time getting through the confirmation hearings because of his, and I'm air quoting, his lack of experience other than serving in the military. Well, what they're really saying is that he's not part of the military-industrial complex, I suppose. But again, that all goes back to the polite society in the swamp. I want to play a couple of sound bites from Pete Hegseth. Now, you folks know, everybody knows who Pete is, right? I mean, he's been on this show a couple of times. He appears weekly with Brian Wilson. He is always on Fox News, Fox and Friends. He does host a weekend show. And he lives here in Middle Tennessee. Somewhere. I'm not. Do you remember where he lives, Johnny? No? All right. He lives. Somebody on the super text line, remind me where Pete lives. But anyway, he was doing an interview, and he agrees that one of our biggest threats is China. And this is what he says.
The Pentagon is in the book, the exact amount of years, but in the past X number of years, 10, 12, 15, the Pentagon has a perfect record in all of its war games against China. We lose every time. Inside the Pentagon war games. We know what our real capability. You see, we didn't even get to this part of the war on warriors. I mean, the military-industrial complex, the way we procure weapon systems, we're always, the way our system works, the way our bureaucratic system works, where the speed of weapons procurement works, we're always a decade behind in fighting the last war.
Wow.
China's building an army specifically dedicated to defeating the United States of America. That is their strategic outset. Take hypersonic missiles. So if our whole power projection platform is aircraft carriers and the ability to project power that way strategically around the globe. And yeah, we have a nuclear triad and all of that, but a big part of it. And if, 15 hypersonic missiles can take out our 10 aircraft carriers in the first 20 minutes of a conflict, what does that look like?
Right. It looks like not very good for our side. That's what it looks like.
He lives, I guess, in Sumner County.
Sumner County. Okay, very good. And here's the other thing is that, and this made news here in the last couple of years, of course, is that our military is unable, for the first time in a long time here in the last couple of years, this has been part of the news cycle, is that our military, we are unable to fight 2 simultaneous wars. And that is our goal. That is what we should be doing. And there's no doubt that right now we have a military that is, some would say, underfunded, certainly understaffed. And Pete Hegseth knows that. And conservatives and Republicans know that. And so the question is, how do we get more people to serve in the military? That's one of the issues that we have here in America. And part of that conversation has to be the fact that the military, as everyone knows, it has gone extraordinarily woke. You know who's not woke? China and their military.
They have a full spectrum, long-term view of not just regional but global domination, and we have our heads up our asses.
There you go. I wonder if he'll say that during the Senate confirmation hearings. We have our heads up our arses.
I wish he would.
That'd be so fun. Say right to Elizabeth Warren's face. 5:15 on Nashville's Morning News. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Just one travel spot this morning in Kingston Springs. It's road work that has the intersection closed at Highway 70 and East Kingston Springs Road. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:16, 44 degrees right now, rain today, and a high of 63. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, coming up at 6:06, we have Matthew Hurt. He will be joining us. Also, we have J.C. Bowman. Now, it's going to be interesting. Yesterday, or in the last couple of days, Donald Trump has come out. We did talk about this yesterday a little bit, about how Trump wants to eliminate the Department of Education. J.C. Bowman, of course, if you don't know, he is very much of an advocate for schools and teachers. And the thing I like about J.C. is some would say, and he bills himself as this, we can argue about it all day long, but J.C. is basically nonpartisan. He says that he is in it for the kids and he's in it for the schools and so forth. We're going to talk to J.C. about exactly what it means. How would we eliminate the Department of Education? We'll just go back to pre-1979 when Jimmy Carter started the Department of Education. Is it just that simple? And by the way, JC is all for eliminating the Department of Education. So we'll talk to him as well. I had him scheduled for the 8 o'clock hour, but then Senator Blackburn, the only time that she could come on, and very briefly, was at 8:06, and so I'm going to see if I can change J.C. Bowman to the 7 o'clock hour. But either way, we'll make sure that we get him on. It is 5:18 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We all know about Tom Homan. Spoke about this a lot yesterday, about how he is going to be the new border czar. What I'd like you to do is check me out on the socials, at Dan Mandis Show on X. Somebody put together, this is amazing, the differences between Tom Homan, the incoming border czar, and Kamala Harris, the outgoing border czar. Remember, it's all about messaging.
I got a message to the millions of illegal aliens that Joe Biden's releasing our country in violation of federal law. You better start packing now.
We are going to the border. We've been to the border. So this whole thing about the border, we've been to the border. We've been to the border.
You haven't been to the border.
I haven't been to Europe. And I don't understand the point that you're making.
I hear a lot of people say, the talk of a mass deportation is racist. It's threatening to the immigrant community. It's not threatening to the immigrant community. It should be threatening to the illegal immigrant community.
Is there a way to carry out mass deportation without separating families?
Of course there is. Families can be deported together.
I mean, I love this. Again, the differences between Kamala Harris and Tom Homan.
It is not an emergency. We are not facing a crisis. We have a president of the United States who has created a fiction about a crisis at the border, and he has held up the United States government and its workers around his vanity project called a wall.
Vanity project.
To the criminal cartels in Mexico. You smuggled enough fentanyl across this country to kill 148,000 young Americans. You have killed more Americans than every terrorist organization in the world combined. And that's when President Trump gets back in office. He's going to designate you a terrorist organization, and he's going to wipe you off the face of the earth. You're done. You're done.
The idea that he is trying to say that we have people that are trying to invade our country to commit mass crime is a crisis of his own making.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is how you lose an election. This is how you lose an election where, I mean, all you have to do, and when they do the whole autopsy on the Harris campaign, this has to be exhibit number one.
I specialize in transnational criminal organizations.
Yeah.
That wall ain't gonna stop them.
No.
Wait for the laugh.
There's a 600% increase in the sex trafficking of women and children. Border Patrol's arrested more terrorists coming across the border in 1 month than Trump had in 4 years. This is the biggest national security vulnerability this country's ever had. Donald Trump will be the president, and I'll be in the middle of running the biggest deportation operation this country's ever seen.
I am not for a wall. We don't need to build a wall. This is a crisis of his own making. The President of the United States has a vanity project that he doesn't want to give up. It's the President's vanity project. This issue is about a vanity project for this president.
Right.
The president's vanity project? Let me be very clear. I'm not going to vote for a wall under any circumstances. It will not end with a wall. It will not end with a wall.
It will not end with a wall?
No.
All right.
He comes back, I come back, we fix this shit.
There you go. There you go. I mean, could the differences be more stark? And again, I'll say it one more time. That is why Kamala Harris lost the election. That is why Donald Trump won the election. And that tone, that attitude, and I've used this term before and people laugh at me, but the pissed offedness of Tom Homan, I love that because that's what we need to stave off illegal immigration. Oh, yeah, and that vanity project known as the wall. It is 5:22 on Nashville's Morning News, and Joan Jones has the news coming up at 5:30.
Yeah, we'll talk about those high-profile names that are making the cut in the new Trump administration. Also, an update into the factory explosion in Louisville. Those stories at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
Hey everybody, Dan Mandis with Nashville's Morning News and Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I was speaking to Dr. Christopher Van Shank the other day at a station event. Now, he's a psychiatrist, and he was telling me about the mental health crisis here in America. And as you know, it's out of control. The COVID lockdowns were an absolute disaster. And Dr. Van Shank, again, he's a psychiatrist. And if you're one of those people, you feel like maybe you need to talk to somebody, I would recommend Dr. Christopher Van Shank. He can help you with addictions, depression, anxiety. He can also help kids with the same thing. He's been doing this for 15 years. He's been helping people, and he is here for you today. So if you want to check out his website is nolensvillepsychiatry.com. That's nolensvillepsychiatry.com. There's a whole list of issues that he can help you with. So check him out. If you feel like he can help you, give him a call. The number is below, and good luck. 528 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 89.7 WTN. So the Super Text line, Brad says about Marsha Blackburn and her endorsement of Rick Scott. What about the vote, the actual vote? Because, it is secret. What's to keep Blackburn from saying that she is voting for Scott and then voting for someone else? Will the vote still be held by secret ballot? I'd like accountability for Blackburn's vote. We all would. And I asked Senator Haggerty that yesterday, and he basically didn't have a lot to say about the secret vote. I don't like the secret vote.
I don't either.
I don't like the secret vote at all.
Can you ask her? Will you be asking her about that?
I sure will.
I hope you do.
And you know what I'll get?
A plate thrown at you.
Nothing. Yeah, you know what? I don't know. You know what? Should I ask her? Because
She's got some more left over. Yeah.
Yeah, she's not going to be in a good mood, right? So, and Haggerty was not necessarily in the greatest of moods either yesterday. So maybe I'll ask her if she still got some china to throw. Hey, you got any plates left? Just to go ahead and completely fracture that relationship. Anyway, moving on. 529 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 89.7 WTN.
Well, good morning. It's 5:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We are at 44 degrees this morning. Yeah, it's a little chilly, and we're only going to 66 later. We're going to get some rain, too. Stick around for the forecast later. President Trump making some high-profile appointments in his new administration. We learned last night that Fox News host Pete Hegseth has been tapped to become the next Secretary of Defense. In a statement, Trump calls Hegseth a warrior for the troops, also calling him tough, smart, and a true believer in America first.
Trump also says Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy will lead a Department of Government Efficiency. Congress has not created such an office, so it's unclear how it would be funded. Elon Musk posting all actions of the Department of Government Efficiency will be posted online for maximum transparency. Anytime the public thinks we are cutting something important, just let us know.
The rather snarky ABC reporter Christiane Cordero there. The president-elect did say that Musk and Ramaswamy will provide advice and guidance from outside of government and will partner with the White House and Office of Management and Budget to drive large-scale structural reform, create an entrepreneurial approach to government never seen before. 2 people were killed and nearly a dozen are still hospitalized after a factory explosion in Louisville yesterday afternoon. 2 of them are in critical condition. Now, that factory sat in the middle of a neighborhood, and folks living nearby say they're thankful it wasn't any worse.
And I was sitting there talking to my mother, and out of nowhere, a loud boom, and it shook the house.
The impact had only affected some glass, and everybody was okay. So, I've got 4 kids and 2 businesses, and this is nothing.
You got too many people in this neighborhood. If it was something bigger, who knows what would have happened.
Now, officials are saying the air is clear of any chemicals in that area. An investigation underway now into what caused that explosion. We could see some losses on the stock market this morning. Dow futures are minus 104, NASDAQ futures minus 41, S&P futures are down 10. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Just one travel spot, and this is going to exist through Friday afternoon. So check this out. Kingston Springs Roadwork has the intersection closed. Highway 70 at East Kingston Springs Road. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.537, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Time for the Gang of Three. Joan Jones is here. Good morning, Joan.
Hello there.
Johnny's here. Hello, Johnny. Good morning.
Good morning, Dan Mandis and Joan Jones and all of our great listeners out there.
WTN Nation.
That's
I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did I just coin a phrase?
You did, and the voice sounded great when you did it.
It was like you had a little deepness going on there.
Did.
I need to smoke more stogies. That's what I need to do.
That's it. Little bourbon, little stogie. You got it.
Absolutely.
And you know, even if you had bourbon, you could walk in the sand a lot better than Joe Biden.
You know, okay, so you were taught, that's a very strange title to the video today. You said, unlike Joe Biden, Dan Mandis can walk in the sand.
Yes, I was going to add, even with a belly full of rum. But
even that may not be the case, actually.
You need to see the video.
I haven't seen the video of Joe Biden. No, how bad is it?
Oh, it's bad.
It's very bad.
Why is he going to the beach at his age?
Well, I like a vacation with.
So if I go to,
what's
you know,
my wife's name? Joan.
So if I go to X and I go in Joe Biden walking in sand, will I see it? Because we have to describe it for people. Because because
I'm sure you're gonna find it because it's there.
Yeah, it's very popular.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, is he wearing skinny jeans?
He is wearing skinny jeans.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Yes.
He can't walk because he's wearing skinny jeans, man.
They're so tight.
Who the hell is he? Like Huey Lewis? Wearing jeans to the beach?
So here's my question for you. Look at where they're walking. Now, if you've been to the beach, you know that the sand that's by the dunes is going to be the softest sand. The sand that's by the water is going to be the hardest sand because some water has been on it at some point. There was no reason for him to be walking up by the dunes. He should have been walking down by the water where he'd have a better footing. But this is ridiculous.
He's wearing tight. Okay, what is worse, that he's wearing tight pants or that he's trying to walk on sand and he simply can't?
No.
Can you imagine what it looked like inside of his shoes afterwards? Because he's just trudging through all that sand and picking it up all over the place.
I don't understand this photo op.
Yeah.
Like, why? Because that's what this is,
yes.
right, Joan and Johnny? This is a photo op.
You can see the stand, the camera stands. You can see the photographers standing all around them. This was a photo op.
Who thought this was a good idea? Hey, let's put the president in tight pants, and shoes, and walk on the beach.
All right, Joe, come on.
I think this is Joe Biden saying, ooh, look at me. I walk on the beach, which is, people do this all the time who live at the shore. When the weather gets cold and the tourists all go home, this is the best time to walk on the beach.
But wearing tight pants?
But wearing tight pants.
Shoes?
Yeah.
I would almost say this is worse than the Clintons when they were photo.
What a doofus.
That had a little photo op in the beach when they had those pasty white legs.
Oh.
They were both in their swimming attire.
She was wearing like a muumuu.
Yes.
Joan, can you help me understand Hillary Clinton's wardrobe?
No, I cannot.
Because that woman, she dresses like Kim Jong-un.
Yeah,
yes.
And acts like him.
Yes. I do not have any answers for that.
A friend of mine actually said, what he and I were talking about this, he said, actually, Kim Jong-un is better looking.
Oh, ouch.
Ouch. Well, you can say that again.
Anyway, so yeah. But, you know, and here's the other thing. When you're that old, then you cannot walk on sand. You just can't. And certainly not in shoes. My mother, before she passed away, My brother lived in North Carolina, does live in North Carolina on the Outer Banks. And so the beach was always a thing for us. And, we got to the point with Mom where my brother would get on one side, I would get on the other, and we would lift her up and walk her, to the stairs and so forth. And, she was a spry little thing for, 80, 81, 82, depends on what we're talking about. And she was able to, up until about 80, 81, she was able to handle the sand just fine. But she got, about the last year, it was a little hard for her. So Joe Biden, I don't know what he's trying to...
they also had the opportunity here.
I don't know what he's trying to prove.
Even if they filmed this and, they got it back to the White House and somebody should have said to him, yeah, maybe we shouldn't release this. They had the opportunity to withhold it. They didn't have to release it, but they did.
So that video came from the White House?
Well, it came from, maybe not the White House, but it came from Joe Biden.
Okay. Yeah. Yep.
They had the opportunity to nix it, I'm sure. There was no obligation to put this on the internet.
What is more dangerous for the President of the United States? The stairs leading up to Air Force One or the sand at the beach?
Take your pick.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Or even on stage when there's a sandbag.
Or even...
Yeah.
Somebody wants me to stop... Let's see. First time I've ever felt sorry for the man, says Monica.
Wow.
He has his hands on the nuclear buttons.
Yes.
This just shows us what we're...
And listen...
For the next 2 months.
And listen, if the nuclear button is down a ways on the beach, you'll never get there.
Joe might.
I would feel sorry for him if he hadn't screwed up our country so bad.
Dan Mandis is a whiny closet liberal, says 60.
Wow.
How are you a
whatever
liberal?
Jill wasn't even trying to stand by her man.
That's what Chuck says.
That's Chuck. You're right.
Right on, Chuck.
I kind of thought that she was going to push him into the rocks.
No, she's going to save that for Kamala.
Hey, Joe, try to... Hey, Joe, try to slip right here and have your head hit the rocks. Just see if you can...
89-49. President Trump fared better against bullets than Joe did against walking in the sand.
Well, and 1082. You know what? If Jill was doing her job, she would have told her man to take off his shoes.
Yeah. I mean...
Exactly.
You
do a lot
lived
better.
at the beach, Joan. I mean, when you go walking on the sand, even if it's in the, fall, I mean, you take off your shoes, right?
Absolutely.
And there's also shoes that are better for, I just can't get over the tight pants. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, even if it were a little chilly, I'd probably wear shorts.
Sweatpants, Johnny.
Or sweatpants.
Sweatpants would be great on the beach.
Sweatpants would be better.
Sports leisure.
But jeans, skinny jeans, no.
Yeah.
Joan.
Yes, sir.
Watch this, Johnny. Joan, a while back, I used to wear skinny jeans to work. Johnny, do you remember that when everybody made fun of me behind my back?
I did. Well, Dan, they made fun of me, too, because I wore skinny jeans.
Did you wear skinny jeans, too?
I used to wear skinny jeans, yeah.
When? I don't remember this.
Well, you weren't paying attention to me then.
Certainly not. Well, I wasn't paying attention to your skinny jeans.
So what do y'all wear now? LOM jeans?
LOM?
Little old man jeans?
Pretty much.
Oh, my God. Did you just...
I did.
Little old man jeans?
Yeah, we got aged right
I didn't know that was a thing.
Oh, yeah. They're the ones with the high waist. You hike them up a little bit.
Shut up, Joan.
Oh, I think I hit a nerve.
I resemble that remark.
Yeah. Makes it easier.
So, Joan, there was a time... There was a time when I lost a crap ton of weight.
Mm-hmm.
And then I got the flu. And I decided I was going to, go out and buy some really skinny, tight jeans for my new girlfriend, who I married. And she thought it was a great thing to do, too, because, she likes my derriere. And so those lasted about 6 months. And then I got my appetite back, and I got over the flu and all that kind of stuff.
And you were in love, so you kind of eat.
I tried to put those... And I started drinking, to be perfectly honest. And so I tried to put those jeans on last week. Oh, my God. I did the whole girl thing, laying
Jumping
on the
up and
bed,
down,
trying to put them on. It was awful.
Well, that's probably a good thing.
Yeah.
For the rest of us.
Oh, Phil says Joan is awesome. Do you know what I've noticed about you, Joan?
Thank you, Phil. What is that?
Joan is the funniest. What I've noticed is that the more that you, say mean things to me and Johnny, the more people love you.
Yeah, they really love you on that.
Johnny, how do you feel about that? I'm not sure I approve of that.
I think it's just that you take it so well.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Because you don't see me at home crying.
In his hot tub.
Fortunately.
With a dangria. Nobody understands me.
Hey, they're talking about big layoffs coming to CNN. So, Joan, when we fire your ass for making fun of me and Johnny, you can
I'll have
go
a
work
place
for
to
CNN.
go. Yes.
I'm just kidding. Yeah, they're talking about laying off like everybody. They're talking about laying off the big names.
Yeah, and
Like Anderson
MSNBC being
Cooper
spun
and-
off by Comcast.
Well, they're talking about Elon Musk buying MSNBC.
Wouldn't that be great?
Oh, that would be
can
great.
you imagine?
Oh, I hope he does.
My goodness.
Elon Musk would obviously. I mean, here's the deal: is that MSNBC is failing. You can't deny that MSNBC is failing. CNN is failing too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nobody's watching them, and there's some radio shows that are local in nature that have more listeners than CNN has viewers.
Yes. Exactly.
It is incredible. I mean, when you're talking about, I mean, who it was, I forget who it was, but somebody was talking about the total viewership of CNN.
That was yesterday. 419,000 viewers on Thursday of last week.
That is so minuscule.
Man, that
How
is
can-
minuscule.
You can't sell. So the point is money, of course. It's the money trail. You can't sell advertising with that small of an audience.
No,
you just can't.
Now, why are people not watching CNN, but they are watching Fox, and they're not watching MSNBC? I believe that they don't watch MSNBC, and we know that people have fled MSNBC since the election. A friend of mine said, oh, they'll be back once, Trump gets into office and the Trump derangement syndrome really starts churning on the left. I don't know if that's true, but MSNBC is failing. CNN is failing, and I believe that CNN is failing because they're not honest about who they are. They say that they are, the all news and all this kind. They're all narrative. They're not all news. They do some news.
They're all propaganda.
And most recently, they brought back Brian Stelter saying that, he's turned a new page and he has a new perspective on his job because he's had some time to sit and think about how he was approaching. He's worse than ever.
He is absolutely worse than ever.
Worse than ever.
Potato head.
Yeah.
All right, so I got a creepy story. You guys ever...
I have a creepy story, too.
You ever go into a tanning bed?
Yeah, I just saw this.
A guy goes into a tanning bed, and they find him dead 3 days later inside the tanning bed.
Inside the tanning bed.
This was in Indianapolis, Indiana. And how sad is it? The family told police that they last heard from him on Friday before reporting him missing on Sunday.
Boy, they didn't miss him till then, huh?
Wow.
I'd be willing to bet that he's like divorced and he lives by himself.
Yeah,
I'd be
probably
willing to bet
so.
that's what happened.
Well, there's a guy I lived near. It was in a condo community, and this other neighbor said, man, there's something wrong with my condo. It smells just funky.
Oh, no.
And he had it all redone inside. I mean, turned out there was a guy that lived next door, had been dead a month.
Oh no.
my
Before his
gosh.
daughter discovered that he had died.
Well, they find a needle inside the tanning bed that he was in.
So he shot up while he was in the tanning bed?
I don't really know. Well, when you tan, are you when you go into the tanning bed? I'm sorry for the visual. Are you naked?
If you
I don't
want
know.
to be.
I've never.
It depends.
If
Some
you want to
people-
be, you can
some
be.
people do that.
They make the tanning bed areas private so you can undress if you would like.
Get an all over tan.
Have you ever done this, Johnny?
No.
Joan, did you say you've done this?
I used to work at a tanning bed.
Did you really?
Yeah, when I was
So
really young.
how is it possible that nobody thought to check on this guy? Because I'm assuming that your average tan is like an hour, right?
At most, yeah.
So, I mean, did nobody notice that he went in, but he didn't come
But
out?
he didn't come out.
Well, it looked like, too, there'd be a little funk, a smell of funk.
Yeah,
when they
think.
finally came back in, somebody noticed that it smelled like, dead
Death.
body in here.
So that was a Friday. So there was a weekend
Oh,
in
yeah, but it's
between.
Planet Fitness. They're open all the time.
Yeah.
It was Planet Fitness?
Mm-hmm.
That is really bizarre.
Do you think
Oh,
Do you think people were like judging there in the no judgment zone that it stunk in there?
Probably. I don't know what the smell is, man.
Those things are expensive too. So
Yeah.
do you get rid of the tanning bed that the dude was in?
Oh, yes.
You have to, yeah.
And I'm kind of curious as to how they don't. His cause of death has not yet been determined. Police are currently investigating his death as a homicide.
A homicide?
That's what they said.
Wow.
Maybe the lights got stuck on. That's
death
awful,
by
John.
tanning bed?
Or maybe somebody turned up the temp on it, too.
Turned on the what?
Made the temp very hot, where he...
Well, I don't think you can make those things into, like, so hot that they would kill somebody. Isn't there, like, a regulation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's
think.
not... the amount of time that you tan, you may be able to fudge with that.
I wonder if he couldn't get out.
That could have been.
Oof.
All right, anyway.
Boy.
Hey.
That took a dark turn.
You know
it
how...
sure did. Joan, help us, save us.
Okay, so you know
Make
how
fun
they...
of me and Johnny.
You know how you can get different cuisines in different areas?
Yes.
Queens, New York. You know what the hot new restaurant is? It's an Ecuadorian restaurant that serves grilled guinea pigs. And I'm not kidding.
Boy.
Grilled guinea pigs. They say the head is the best part.
If you put a little Heinz 57
People
on it.
eat the head?
They eat the whole darn thing.
Well, you have people in this place,
Little toes.
in our state, that they eat pig's ear.
Yeah.
Wait, okay, so just so people know, a guinea pig, it looks like a big hamster.
It is. It's a rodent.
Right? Well,
It's a
because I
rodent,
just
yep.
need to I had to remind myself, a guinea pig is not like a little pig.
No.
It's literally a hamster, like a big hamster.
Right.
About 2.5 pounds.
And they eat the head?
They eat the head. Yep. They grill it. They say it's $110 for one of those little guys. You can source them from the kids' pet cages, or you can, go down to those Ecuadorian restaurants. So here's the other
So
thing.
you can raise your own dinner, like some people do, of course.
Yeah.
People out there say,
like going
well,
fishing.
Mandis, you eat steak, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
So if they eat the pets in Ecuador, why would they not eat the pets in Springfield, Ohio?
Exactly.
Right?
Right.
Right on, Joan.
Joan, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Haitians, well, there were people that said that this is what they do in Haiti. So why wouldn't they do it here?
Exactly.
I mean,
exactly.
I think we said that.
Yeah, we did.
Anyway, whatever. All right, 5:54 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones has the news coming up. Joan.
We'll take a look at Pete Hegseth's appointment to a big position within the Trump administration, the incoming Trump administration. That's coming up at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning, 6 o'clock here, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We've got that rain finally arriving in our area. Stick around for the forecast in just a couple of moments. A television news host will become the next defense secretary. President-elect Trump has appointed Fox News' Pete Hegseth to that position, and it gets the blessing of House Speaker Mike Johnson.
Yeah, it's exciting. President Trump's put together an extraordinary cabinet, and he'll be, I think, a true reformer in areas that need to be reformed and a great leader. So we're excited about it.
Hegseth is an Army National Guard veteran who served tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. He was awarded 2 Bronze Stars and a Combat Infantryman's Badge. That's for infantry soldiers who take part in active combat. Well, this is going to be quite a day in Washington, D.C. President Biden rolls out the welcome mat for Donald Trump at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. And he'll sit down for a chit-chat in the Oval Office. That'll happen about 10 o'clock this morning. This is also the day that Senate Republican Conference will hold a secret ballot election for a new leader, choosing between Senate Minority Whip John Thune of South Dakota, Texas Senator John Cornyn, and Florida Senator Rick Scott. President-elect Donald Trump notably has not made an endorsement in the Senate leader race. Tennessee lawmakers are working on legislation to reform the jail bonding process. That comes after the murder of a Mississippi woman, allegedly by her ex-boyfriend, Bryson River, after he was released from Davidson County Jail. Channel 4's Melissa Sulek.
State senators took the first step in creating new laws from Johansson's death. They talked about electronic signatures, streamlining local rules, and separating bonding and monitoring companies. That was an issue senators believe led to Johansson's murder.
Brooks Bonding and Freedom Monitoring were responsible for bonding out and monitoring rivers. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Richard Cantu.
Investors hoping for a rebound today after the Dow, NASDAQ, and S&P all finished lower in Tuesday trading. Likely to influence the market today, October's Consumer Price Index, expected to show inflation rose 2.6% in October, up from 2.4% in September. In the week since he became president-elect, Donald Trump ally, billionaire Elon Musk's net worth soared by a reported near $50 billion. The jump largely attributed to Musk's stake in Tesla, which saw a 16% price increase to a whopping $330 a share since election night. Food giant Kraft Heinz is pumping the brakes on a planned prepackaged lunchable meal kit rollout targeting American schools looking to save on labor costs in the kitchen. But the turkey and cheese and pizza lunchable kits drew criticism from nutrition advocates, and ultimately the company said the demand just was not there.
The stock futures this morning are lower. The Dow futures minus 141, NASDAQ futures losing 57, S&P futures are down 15 points. We did get some economic news this morning. Mortgage demand has stalled once again this week. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Kingston Springs, we have some road work this morning. It has closed the intersection of Highway 70 at East Kingston Springs Road, and it's going to stay that way all the way through Friday afternoon. Be aware, traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled, opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
6:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Welcome on into your Monday, November 13th. Hope you are doing well. There is a lot that we are talking about this morning. Senator Marsha Blackburn has endorsed Rick Scott for Senate Majority Leader. The senator will be joining us for a very quick and brief conversation. They wanted to make sure that I knew that I was crystal clear that this conversation will last 5 minutes. So that's what we got, 5 minutes. I've got a few questions to ask the senator. But again, coming out and saying she does endorse Rick Scott for Senate Majority Leader after. I mean, there's no other way to say it. I think that WTN Nation and Tennesseans, by and large, they wanted somebody in there, Rick Scott, they wanted somebody in there who would be seen as a Trump loyalist as opposed to John Cornyn or John Thune. Joining us in the conversation is Matthew Hurt, our grassroots political analyst. Matthew, always great to have you on. So the senator had been saying that she wanted to hear from all three men during the hearings today, during the interviews today, and then surprisingly, she decided at some point last night, I guess, to back Rick Scott. Do you think this was a moment where she realized that the people that she represents want someone in there that is going to be supportive of Donald Trump?
Dan, it's great to be with you. The headlines over the last couple of days showed that some senators were upset about the grassroots response, calls into their office on social media, other platforms, advocating for Rick Scott by supporters of the president. This is definitely, she's read the temperature on this issue, very likely, and said, we're getting a lot of calls. This is why, Dan, it is so important on some of these issues in D.C. I remember in 2013 when Barack Obama was trying to put troops on the ground in Syria, a lot of members of Congress were undecided, and they received hundreds of phone calls from constituents. This is an event, this is an instance where those phone calls, where those tweets, where those emails really make a difference when you want to nudge your elected representative to one issue or another.
So, I mean, this really is an instance where, and I don't mean to toot our own horn here, but WTN is a 100,000-watt FM radio station, live and local, 5A7P, and we got a lot of listeners. And the people that listen to this show and this radio station, they are passionate and they are political and we are unabashedly conservative. So when all of a sudden, they all get to work in the morning and there's thousands of emails and, their voicemail is all tied up full of messages from people telling her that she needs to support Rick Scott and endorse Rick Scott. Not really surprising that she decided, okay, you know what? The people want me to support Rick Scott. That is what I'm going to do. How confident are you that Rick Scott will, number one, be confirmed? Everything that I'm seeing, Mike Lee also came out of Utah. He came out and he endorsed Rick Scott as well. So it seems like he's got the numbers.
Well, I just want to drive the point home to your listeners, Dan. On an issue like this, it only takes 40 to 75 phone calls on one side of the issue to get a senator to pay attention. It only takes 20 to 35 phone calls for a House member to pay attention. So this is significant. If, the folks who were stuck on 24 headed into Nashville right now all picked up their phone and called into a Senate office to ask their senator to make a decision on something where they were sort of in the middle on, it could really make a serious impact. The other thing is a procedural notion here. In the RNC race a year and a half ago now, where Harmeet Dillon from California ran against Ronna McDaniel, a lot of folks said they were going to vote for Harmeet Dillon, but when the vote came, it was a voice vote, and those individuals weren't held accountable. What would be interesting today, Dan, is if someone from within the Senate Republican Conference called for what they call a roll call vote. And the process there would be that the senator would call for a roll call vote. It would have to get a second. They would have to debate it. And then they would voice vote the majority. If the majority said roll call vote, they would then call the senators alphabetically by name and force them to announce their support for an individual. Now, this would happen in private among the Senate conference, the Senate Republicans, and it would take somebody on the inside to tell people on the outside what happened. But it's exactly the kind of thing to ensure if the will of the grassroots, and it seems like the will of the Trump administration is to be carried out, then it would be important for those senators to be able to be held accountable, and you can only do that with a roll call vote.
The reason why they want secrecy, I interviewed some senator in some state somewhere at some point, and that senator told me that the reason why they want to keep it private is because they do worry about retaliation. So, if just using this as an example, if Senator Blackburn, she endorses Rick Scott and then John Thune wins, well, then if he becomes the majority leader through the vote, then he can take some sort of retribution against the senators that did not support his candidacy. I mean, is that how you see it, or is there another reason?
Well, that is absolutely right, and it depends on who leads the NRSC, the National Republican Senatorial Committee. That's the campaign side of the Senate Republicans. If you bet on one candidate and another candidate wins, that candidate and his or her infrastructure could back somebody else in a primary. But also, the people of Tennessee in this instance could hold an individual accountable in a primary. Senator Blackburn had nominal primary opposition this year. She's not up for re-election for another 6 years. But individuals do from time to time, and grassroots groups do from time to time, hold a senator accountable in a Republican nominating contest in a primary. But the political memory of the people is fairly short. So I would say, and this is my opinion, there would be very little consequence for Senator Blackburn if there wasn't, if she, from the voters, if she didn't vote the way a lot of folks were calling in. And that's just the political reality.
It's amazing. I've got CNN on in the studio. Actually, Murphy does. And they are obsessing. John, I need some audio. They are obsessing over Pete Hegseth. And, of course, his president-elect, Donald Trump, has tapped him to be the Secretary of Defense. And CNN, it's almost like they're wall-to-wall on this. They feel like Pete Hegseth is not qualified. Now they're saying, and Dan Goldman was on a little bit ago, he is actually saying, and of course, if people don't know, Dan Goldman is the congressperson out of New York. And, he's just, I would call Dan Goldman as a useful idiot, but this is what he says on CNN.
I'm shocked, truly, and this is exactly what we worried about and we warned about Donald Trump, which is that he is going to appoint unqualified loyalists to shape this government into his own personal fiefdom and get revenge on generals and put essentially really unqualified people. I appreciate Mr. Hegseth's service in our armed forces. But being a serviceman, it does not make you qualified to lead the Department of Defense and to have access to our nuclear weapons. I'm very disturbed by this, and I'm very concerned about what it demonstrates about Donald Trump's priorities, which now seem to be coming true, as many of us warned.
So, I mean, that is just one example. I've got like 4 sound bites of Dan Goldman, but he's got a rather extensive resume. We're going to talk about that. Coming up next with Matthew Hurt, our grassroots political analyst. It is 6:16. Time to check the roads on WTN. All right, I think, Johnny, so we've had a malfunction in the studio. That is not the traffic report from today. So we'll have to figure out, did we not schedule a traffic reporter again? We'll have to figure it out. Johnny's flailing his arms in there. I don't know either. So we'll figure that out. Hey, Matthew Hurd, you want to come in and learn how to do traffic?
Well, there's a slowdown on 24 westbound.
Listen,
and, traffic.
I was going to say, traffic always blows on 24 going into Nashville. Odds are it sucks this morning as well, kind of like our traffic reporting this morning. We'll figure it out. Sorry about that, friends. All right, so Matthew, let me ask you about Pete Hegseth. And the left is, of course, freaking out about all of this. This is a guy who, of course, he has 2 Bronze Stars, but he was a squadron leader in Iraq. He served in Afghanistan. He was also at Gitmo. He's been a veteran advocate for years, and he also graduated from Princeton and Harvard. He's got a master's degree in public policy. I don't know. I mean, listen, I don't know these things, but it seems like what they're really worried about is that he's not part of the big military apparatus that is Washington, D.C.
U.S. Army Major Pete Hegseth, you're right, 2 Bronze Stars, a veteran of the Iraq War and the war in Afghanistan, the global war on terror, which is what America has been fighting for the last 20 years. But even, in addition to that, he served as the head of an organization called Concerned Veterans for America, which is a veterans advocacy organization that saw policy wins in the first Trump administration. And so this is somebody who's been on the inside, but has also been on the policy side. You mentioned he's got a master's in public policy from Harvard, a bachelor's from Princeton, smart guy, but also he's seen service on the front lines. And I think it's a different perspective. We're seeing Donald Trump begin to nominate people who are from the outside of Washington, D.C. But one thing that concerns me is Senator Kennedy from Louisiana said, who is that guy? And they're going to need almost every Republican vote to get these individuals confirmed. And if somebody like Senator Kennedy, who is popular among the grassroots, who is popular in the Republican conference, is raising questions, then it could signal a stall running through the Senate. So he may face some difficulty coming out of the Senate.
One of the Dan Goldman also is screaming about Kristi Noem and about how she is going to be tapped for Department of Homeland Security. And one of the things and I know that there's a lot of conservatives that don't like her either, but one of the things that he said, Dan Goldman said, I'm not going to play the audio now because I'm running short on time, but one of the things that he said was that she lacks experience. Well, Alejandro Mayorkas, I don't know how much experience this guy has, but he let millions, tens of millions of illegal aliens into our country. So I don't necessarily care about somebody's experience. What I actually more care about is their intentions. Mayorkas and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, their intentions were wide open borders. Kristi Noem has gone out there and people have a problem with her, whatever. But her intentions are an incredibly strict border policy, and that's what we need. What say you?
Yeah, you're right. This is an interesting selection. In this position, they oversee the Secret Service and the Coast Guard and border protection. This is somebody who philosophically is aligned, but maybe does lack some of the the on-the-ground experience. That's not something that she couldn't make up in the position. As an executive, as an administrator, you oversee and empower your team to make decisions where you don't have to have as much of the on-the-ground experience, so long as you were open to, you've got strong leadership in positions in the middle, sort of director-level positions. So this is an opportunity. I haven't seen much feedback from within the Senate or the D.C. area outside of the chattering class.
Yep.
But this is one of the more unique, and it could be one where Donald Trump is looking for loyalty rather than necessarily experience, and that isn't necessarily a bad thing.
Real quick, Marco Rubio, he says he is under consideration, it would appear, to be Secretary of State. But Trump hasn't come out, I don't think, and he hasn't confirmed that Marco Rubio is his pick. Our own Senator Bill Hagerty was also said to be under consideration. Who do you think is going to get that very important post?
Senator Rubio has a very adventurous foreign policy outlook. He has during his time in the Senate. He is not part of the America First foreign policy caucus, I would say. So that is especially concerning to me. However, it does make it easier. If Senator Rubio were to come out of the Senate, it would be very easy to replace him with someone from within Florida, a Republican, perhaps Byron Donalds or someone like that.
People are mentioning Laura Trump.
Or Laura Trump. I think that there's plenty of Republicans to pick from in Florida. This one is a little more concerning on the philosophical side, just because Senator Rubio has a long record of being very pro-intervention in places across the world.
All right, real quick, you are going to be welcoming Donald Trump back to Washington, D.C. and back to the White House when he goes in for his big luncheon with Joe Biden?
He's got a meeting at 11 a.m. Eastern in the West Wing of the White House. There are supporters of President-elect Donald Trump from all over the area who are going to be welcoming Donald Trump outside the White House. I have signaled to the Trump campaign that we're coming. He did not have this welcome rally in 2016 when he met with then-President Obama, and we're excited to be out there to say welcome back to the People's House for a MAGA mandate in Washington.
Oh, can you imagine? I would just so love to be a fly on the wall when Donald Trump and Joe Biden get together. Because, Biden, he ran, and Kamala Harris, of course, the two of them ran an incendiary campaign. They really did. And so how they can square that now with welcoming Hitler back into the White House is beyond me. They've done a really poor job of trying to square the campaign that they ran and now welcoming former President Donald Trump back into the White House, because we all know that their rhetoric was really nasty. So that's going to be, again, as I said, to be a fly on the wall. But good luck today. I'm sure that it's going to be a lot of fun. It's not going to be a lot of fun for Joe Biden, but for former President Donald Trump, walking back into the White House has got to be an amazing experience. Real quick, Matt, how can people find you on Twitter?
People can find me on Twitter at Matthew Hurt, MattheWHurtt.
All right. Thank you very much, Joan Jones. What's coming up in the news at 6:30?
Coming up in the news, a couple of people injured critically when their car crashes into a deer. That story coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey everybody, Dan Mandis with Nashville's Morning News and Super Talk 89.7 WTN. I was speaking to Dr. Christopher Van Shank the other day at a station event. Now, he's a psychiatrist, and he was telling me about the mental health crisis here in America. And as you know, it's out of control. The COVID lockdowns were an absolute disaster. And Dr. Van Shank, again, he's a psychiatrist. And if you're one of those people, you feel like maybe you need to talk to somebody, I would recommend Dr. Christopher Van Shank. He can help you with addictions, depression, anxiety. He can also help kids with the same thing. He's been doing this for 15 years. He's been helping people, and he is here for you today. So if you want to check out his website is nolensvillepsychiatry.com. That's nolensvillepsychiatry.com. There's a whole list of issues that he can help you with. So check him out. If you feel like he can help you, give him a call. The number is below, and good luck.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
Good morning, 5:30. Make that 6:30 now. And I'm Joan Jones with the latest news. We do have some rain on the way. Stick around the forecast, and we'll have traffic, too, in just 5 minutes. As President-elect Donald Trump continues filling out his administration, there's apparently a group of Democrat governors who will do everything they can to oppose Trump's agenda. Member J.B. Pritzker of Illinois calls it governors safeguarding democracy.
GSD will leverage our collective strength, experience, and institutional knowledge to drive policies that protect the rule of law and serve the people of all of our states.
Pritzker formed that group with Colorado Governor Jared Polis. 2 people critically injured yesterday in a crash in Sumner County. Police say the car struck a deer, and the deer ended up going through the windshield of the car. The 2 people inside transported to a nearby trauma center. It's a reminder that deer become a real problem on the roads this time of the year. A 75-year-old woman from Lawrence County who had been reported missing over the weekend has been found dead. TBI said that woman, Alice Estes, was found in a rural area of the county. She was reported missing on Sunday. And police in Murfreesboro searching for a guy who may have been channeling his inner Tom Cruise. Just like in Mission Impossible, that man cut a hole through the roof of a Murfreesboro business and then rappelled down inside using a rope. He was seen on surveillance video stealing about $1,500 in cash.
Come on, who's nobody? That's a movie. I've seen that in movies.
What was going through their mind to even say, hey, I'm going to cut a hole through a ceiling?
Some of the customers there, it happened at the Lanes, Trains, and Automobiles bowling alley over the weekend. That man was wearing a camouflage face mask, blue jacket, blue jeans, and brown square-toed shoes. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Pick a Jones, 632 on Nashville's Morning News. By the way, coming up, more hysteria on the left as Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy are now going to be in charge, so to speak, of our government and their efficiency. And is there room to start eliminating a bunch of these agencies? Man, the left is freaking out. But coming up, Vivek Ramaswamy actually lays out how they can legally do just this and save taxpayer dollars as well. All that and a whole lot more coming up on WTN. Are the relatives coming to your house for Thanksgiving dinner? Let Busy Bee help by ensuring that your home is in-law and relative ready. Now, Busy Bee has a limited number of 14 SEER 1 and 1.5 to 3 ton split heat pumps for only $69.95. Now, this system offers a great balance of energy, efficiency, performance, and year-round comfort for residential homes. How about $750 off of an upright tanked water heater with circulation kit or a free package upgrade for air duct cleaning? They've got all kinds of specials at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They are here to help you save money and stay warm this season. Now, one of the other things that they're offering, if you are a Beehive member, then you qualify for a free Beehive membership that you can give to your in-laws. And again, if you're already a Beehive member, you qualify for that additional membership that you, again, can give to the in-laws, bringing families together the Busy Bee way with Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. For satisfaction guaranteed, call Busy Bee HVAC, your Rude Pro partner, 615-775-7833. Tell them Dan told you to reach out, 615-775-7833, BusyBeeHVAC.com.
An accident in Madison, Old Hickory Boulevard. This is at Madison Station Boulevard. It involves injuries. Also, an accident in Pleasant View, 24, the eastbound lane, Springfield, Ashland City, Highway 49 at exit 24. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.637 Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy have been tapped by President-elect Donald Trump to advise the White House on government efficiency. Yes, I agree, Super Texters. The liberal meltdowns is like they're a dime a dozen these days. They really are. And so that's why, as I said yesterday, I'm more focused on, moving forward. Just assume that on social media and on, in Washington, D.C., people are freaking out at every turn because of what Donald Trump is going to do. And so I pulled up this audio this morning. This is from MSNBC. This is George Conway and Alex Wagner. Now, the reason I'm playing this is because I think it is really telling. It is like the overall sanctimonious, holier-than-thou attitude of these leftist liberals in Washington, D.C., as they sort of joke around about what it is that Donald Trump wants to do when it comes to government deficiency. This is never Trumper George Conway.
Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk being offered jobs in a fantasy football league.
A non-existent department, right.
I mean, listen to them. Listen to how they sound so arrogant. They sound so conceited. They don't know what we know about Washington, D.C. This is like a football fantasy thing, a league, a team, an agency that doesn't exist.
Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk being offered jobs in a fantasy football league.
A non-existent department, right.
The Department of Government Efficiency. Nothing has been more Orwellian in title. It doesn't actually exist.
Right.
Can they just... Can they bring it into an existence by the sheer force of their own will? I mean, what do you think is the plan here?
First of all, it's not going to be a governmental department, as I understand it.
No, George, it's not. And if you had done even the slightest bit of homework, you would know that creating federal departments, it does require congressional approval. This is going to be an outside organization which advises Donald Trump. It advises Congress as well. It's not part of... the Trump administration. It is sort of like a government watchdog group, but they're working for Donald Trump. And yes, they are working for the American people and for Republicans.
And then, there are actually rules and statutes that apply. I think the Federal Advisory Committee Act talks about, regulates from an ethics standpoint people who are coming in and being consulted on how to run the government. And I'm not an expert in that, but we're going to end up knowing a lot more about it in the not too distant future, I think.
Sure.
Yeah, I love how arrogant and sanctimonious they sound. This is an MSNBC anchor and, of course, George Conway as well. Behind them, by the way, is a graphic that says Strongman Fanboy Club. That's MSNBC. They've got a picture of Donald Trump. They got a picture of Marco Rubio and Elise Stefanik. And it says Strongman Fanboy Club. And basically everything that Donald Trump is doing, they are saying, oh, he's just a strong man and he's going to be a dictator. All of the usual stuff. This is from the Associated Press. Musk advocated for the creation of a Department of Government Efficiency, who, by the way, the acronym DOGE is a homage to, of course, Dogecoin, a cryptocurrency that Elon Musk has promoted. You know, Rand Paul, he does this waste report where he reports on government waste. And last time around, they found a whopping $900 billion worth of waste. And so that's what Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, that's the kind of stuff that they're going to be looking for. Billions of dollars in waste. How can we become more efficient? You get all these people, all of these federal bureaucrats that are getting fat off the taxpayers' money. And how many of those people do we really need? And add to that all of the redundant jobs in Washington, D.C., the wasteful regulations as well. And yeah, I can see why this would be a big way for America to save money and make the government more efficient. I love this. The reality is that Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, they're both hugely successful business owners, and they're creators, and they're really smart. They have enormous success doing what they do. So for the likes of the snickering Washington, D.C. chattering class to laugh at these guys and laugh at Donald Trump, they do so at their own peril, to be honest. And so this is Elon Musk. I want you to listen to this, firing up the crowd about, of all things, government efficiency.
Your money is being wasted, and the Department of Government Efficiency is going to fix that.
And listen, people get all excited.
We're going to get the government off your back and out of your pocketbook.
Love it. Keep going.
And America's just not just going to be great. America is going to reach heights that it has never seen before. The future is going to be amazing.
We're all going to need shades. That's what we're going to need, is shades. Elon Musk. I love how excited he gets. But here's the deal. You know, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, again, very smart guys. But how can you actually do this? How can you actually try to start eliminating some of these governmental agencies? And what about the unions and the regulations that protect these federal employees? Vivek Ramaswamy was on with Tucker Carlson, and he got into some of the weeds here. And it's actually really interesting. And part of what he says is that the foundation has already been set.
What I think of as the second mass deportation that we require, which is the mass deportation of millions of unelected federal bureaucrats out of the DC bureaucracy. We actually have not to get too, in the weeds here, but we actually have a legal landscape with the current Supreme Court that allows us to do what couldn't have been done in the last half century.
All right, so what exactly is that? Well, details straight ahead, 6:45 on Nashville's Morning News. By the way, the Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. Follow me on X if you would, at Dan Mandis Show. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Got an accident in Bordeaux this morning. It's blocking 2 lanes on Briley Parkway northbound at Centennial Boulevard, exit 26. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Rain today and a high of 63 degrees. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. So basically what Vivek Ramaswamy is saying is that the Supreme Court has ruled that a lot of these regulations, and again, not wanting to get too weedy, but the Supreme Court ruled that these regulations written by all of these federal agencies, there's hundreds of them, all those regulations were actually unconstitutional because they were not written and they were not implemented by elected members of Congress. They were written by unelected bureaucrats, and that means that they're unconstitutional.
They've basically said, in so many words, that most federal regulations are unconstitutional. Close to in so many words, that's what they've said. If Congress didn't pass it, right? So basic principle here is the people we elect to run the government should run the government. That's not the case today. The people who write most of the rules were never elected to them.
You know, the Heritage Foundation, I've had them on to talk about this. Remember, was it Carafano that I had? We're talking about Agenda 2025. And one of the things that he said is that in Washington, D.C., really, a lot of the decisions are made by these unelected bureaucrats. And to me, it's all about accountability. Remember that a big part of the problems in Washington, D.C. these days is the power of those many agencies. They wield enormous power, and they can make decisions and not ever have to deal with voter consequences. And so the good news is that all that could change under Donald Trump if he gets his way.
The Supreme Court's torn all of that to shreds. And basically what they've said is, if it's a major question, if it's something that affects people's lives economically or relates to a major political issue, it cannot be written into existence by somebody who was not elected to office or who can't be voted out of office. It has to be done by the people who were elected to write the laws. So who could be voted out if they write bad laws?
Yeah, that's Vivek Ramaswamy. He's laying it all out. So all these people in all these agencies coming up with policies that we have to live by, and they were never elected. And so we have no actual recourse as an electorate to answer for the, they have no way to answer for those consequences because they don't have to answer to the will of the people. And he talked about Vivek Ramaswamy again. He was on with Tucker Carlson, and he talked about the various court cases involved. And the bottom line is, if they can do away with all of these regulations that are now deemed unconstitutional according to the Supreme Court, and I realize there's going to be all kinds of debate on this, but I'm just telling you the Trump side. They can justify a mass termination of all of these federal employees. But the question is, and this is something that Tucker asked Vivek Ramaswamy, aren't they all protected? Aren't all these federal employees, aren't they all protected? Vivek Ramaswamy says no.
But if it is part of a mass firing, what you call a reduction in force, if it's just like a mass firing, those actually fall outside the civil service rules as they exist. So if you go in that order to say that, okay, the Supreme Court's already told us that all of these regulations, not all of them, but an overwhelming majority of them are invalid. You go straight down that list and say we have 50%, 70%, 80% fewer regulations. Then you look at the 4 million people, civil servants or whatever, and say that, okay, if we have 80% fewer regulations, then we need 80% fewer people to enforce them. That simply makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. So according to the guy now in charge of government efficiency, just to zoom out on all this, because you got Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk, two guys who have made their living and made millions and millions of dollars running companies. Supreme Court has said that regulations written by unelected bureaucrats are unconstitutional. That means we can do away with those regulations. That means we can do away with some of those employees that make a living based on those regulations. Now, again, we'll see. Lawsuits will certainly be filed, but I do believe that this is going to be really interesting, especially when you look at some of the headlines that are out there. I saw this headline just this morning from National Review. HHS spent hundreds of millions of dollars on DEI initiatives under Joe Biden, according to a watchdog. So in other words, there's all this government waste, and we see this all the time. And I would say that that money, if we were to do a deep dive into what HHS did, that we would say, yeah, all of that money is absolutely wasted. And the thing that I get really tired of is people that say, well, it's just a couple $100 million. That's a drop in the bucket. That's not the point. The point is that they're not treating our money like their own. They're just wasting it. Whether it is Ukraine, whether it is all of these DEI initiatives. I mean, we could go on and on. Again, that report, the pork report that Rand Paul does, $900 billion. And if that money can be saved, what can we use that money for? We can use it to build a wall. We can use it to help military veterans. We can use it for any number of things. Yet again, the chattering class is out there, and they are mocking this effort. They are laughing at Donald Trump and Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk. And that's, again, all fine and well. And this may be a situation where they need to look at this in court and figure out if this is actually allowed. Again, I can guarantee you there is going to be lawsuits. But my question is, okay, so if you file a lawsuit against this, well, then who are you really standing up for? You're standing up for the bureaucracy. You're standing up for the unelected bureaucrats that are running our lives, as opposed to the elected politicians that will face the consequences if they don't adhere to what we sent them to Washington to do. 615-737-9986. Dan Mandis here, Super Talk 99.7, WTN. This is Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones has the news coming up at 7. Joan, what's coming up?
We have breaking news regarding special counsel Jack Smith and his lawfare against former President Trump. Also, the White House has another oops moment, this time on Veterans Day. Those stories, you don't want to miss them. They're coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
By the way, did you guys see the freak out of Michael Strahan?
Oh,
Did you see that? John, you see that? No? So, coming up after the news at 7, I'll play you the Michael Strahan freak out, because you know what he did. They were doing the national anthem, and you've got all of the football announcers. They've got their right hand over their heart. And Michael Strahan, a known Donald Trump critic and a fan of Kamala Harris, gave her a really softball interview, as a matter of fact. Didn't really help her at all.
Wonder how much he got paid for it.
But he refused. He refused to put his hand over his heart.
Oh, come on.
That's what he did. That's what Michael Strahan did. And so now you've got people are really, really criticizing him, as they should. A reporter shows up outside of his home, and it didn't go well for the reporter's phone. I've got details straight ahead. 6:53 on Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here with a question for you. If your roof was destroyed in a storm, how much of that replacement cost would your insurance company cover? Now, if you don't know, you really do need to ask, because some insurance companies, they refuse to pay full replacement cost. They'll deduct money for an older roof. Now, this means that the insurance company is depreciating how much they pay for your roof claim. Older roof, they're going to pay you less, and that could leave you on the hook for thousands of dollars. Now, my friends at King & Associates Insurance will pay full replacement cost. So whether you have to replace a 10-year-old roof or a 2-year-old roof, at King & Associates Insurance, they will pay for it to be replaced, period. It is that kind of focus on customer service that makes King & Associates Insurance one of the best insurance companies around. So call them and tell them Dan told you to reach out, 615-329-8121, 615-329-8121. Get your royal review, tkinginsurance.com.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Good morning, 7 o'clock now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Want to let you know that in Bordeaux, Briley Parkway southbound is closed off because of a crash this morning right at Centennial Boulevard, exit 26. We've got more in traffic coming up. And we have breaking news this morning. Special counsel Jack Smith and his team will resign before Donald Trump takes the White House once again. NBC News is reporting that Smith's federal cases against Trump had been upended by the election. The DOJ has a policy that it says it won't prosecute sitting presidents. Smith's office is evaluating the best path for winding down its work on the two outstanding federal cases. We'll have more on this throughout the morning as more information becomes available. Reactions are pouring in for President Trump's selections to fill out his administration, and we're hearing from ABC News executive editorial producer John Santucci, who calls the selections a litmus test of those who are loyal to Trump, including Pete Hegseth for Secretary of Defense.
He is a combat veteran, had multiple tours in Guantanamo Bay, Iraq, and Afghanistan, according to the Trump team, and received 2 Bronze Stars for his service. But here's the big thing. This is a guy that's never had this type of role, never has served in government. I mean, this is actually one of the ones that's a head scratcher.
President-elect Trump has already tapped more than a dozen appointees. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation searched the Robertson County home of a former Metro Nashville Police Department officer. Channel 4 says Garrett Davidson had been the subject of an investigation into who leaked the Covenant School shooter's writings to the Tennessee Star, which published all 90 pages. And finally, the Biden-Harris Department of Defense has deleted a social media post from Monday commemorating Veterans Day. In it, a photo of a military jet and the caption that read, "Today and every day, we thank all veterans and those currently serving for their service and sacrifice." But military.com noticed that the image wasn't a U.S. fighter jet. It was the image of China's J-35 stealth fighter aircraft.
Are you kidding me?
I am not kidding you. Conservative filmmaker Robbie Starbuck tweeting out, and of course he's a friend of the show here, "You can't make this stuff up."
Oh, my Lord.
Blaze News reported it this morning. They noticed that the engine was not the engine that you would expect on this particular aircraft. And they realized that military.com noticed that instead of the F-35 single Pratt & Whitney F-135 turbofan engine, which would be what a U.S. jet has, it had twin engines. And then they figured out that this was the stealth fighter jet from China.
How did they make this mistake? How many more?
Yeah.
Can I ask this question? How many more indignities can America suffer between now and January 20th? Do you know what I mean?
Great question.
I mean,
honestly,
we got the indignity of our really aged president wearing skinny jeans, trying to walk down the beach in shoes, and he can't. It's the laughing stock of the world. Now we make this mistake. It is unbelievable.
It is.
Man, January 20th can't get here soon enough.
Stock futures this morning all pointing down. We've got the Dow futures down 82, NASDAQ futures losing 55, S&P futures minus 11. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Yeah, once again, Briley Parkway in Bordeaux is shut down. Southbound lanes at Centennial Boulevard, exit 26, by a crash. Traffic stopped from Ashland City Highway, exit 24, up to exit 26. That's going to cause a big mess this morning. And then another, Talbot's Corner, a crash blocking the left shoulder on 65, the southbound lanes at exit 87. Traffic every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled, opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news.
7:08, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. I don't want to spend too much time on this story, but if you go to my X feed on X, of all places, you'll see that I have posted this story. Michael Strahan, if you don't know who he is, he's a former football player, and he's on Good Morning America, total leftist.
The guy that parts his teeth in the middle.
Yes, Johnny, the guy that parts his teeth in the middle. That is exactly who Michael Strahan is. And he's, again, former football player, and he's also on Good Morning America. And he's a never-Trumper to the core. And he gave an interview to Kamala Harris, and it was, one of these lapdog interviews, whatever. But then after Trump was elected, the following weekend, I guess it'd be last weekend, they're doing the national anthem. I think it was on Veterans Day. And they're in San Diego, and where there's obviously a lot of military presence in San Diego. They're doing the national anthem. Michael Strahan was the only guy who refused to put his right hand over his heart. And so you can see it everywhere. It's very striking. You've got Terry Bradshaw and all of these other people, and they've got their right hand over their heart as the national anthem is playing. He didn't do it. And so he has been, as you can imagine, he's been getting all kinds of heck fire. And so now the Daily Mail shows up outside of his home.
Don't come to my house.
Do you have any comment? What?
Come to my house.
Strahan grabs the phone, and apparently he smashed the phone of the Daily Mail reporter. In other words, Strahan he realizes that he really screwed up.
Don't come to my house.
Do you have any comment? What?
Come to my house.
Dude, you know what? I mean, I hate to say it, but you're a public figure, and I wouldn't advocate for people coming to my house either. But when you do something like you did, you have to realize it's right up there with taking a knee during the national anthem. I think that is, that dynamic that is at play here. You have angered Americans at a time when, millions and millions of Americans have voted for Donald Trump and a Make America First policy and Make America Great Again policy. And so when you did what you did, basically that's thumbing your nose and pointing a middle finger at the American people.
Don't come to my house.
Do you have any comment? What?
Come to my house.
All right, so there you go. Now, he has come out. This is just this morning. Very quickly, Michael Strahan is opening up after he was criticized for the way that he stood for the national anthem on Sunday afternoon. During Fox's special football coverage from Naval Base San Diego, the Star-Spangled Banner was played, and while the rest of his teammates on television were seen with their hands over their hearts, the ex-Giant held his hands interlocked near his waist. You know, one of the things that I would say, because he's about to say that he admitted in a post on social media that he was not protesting anything and that he was caught up in the moment before realizing that he hadn't placed his hands on his chest. Do you believe that? Do you buy that, Johnny? I don't buy that at all. Dude, you do this every week. Every week, every Sunday, you are at these football games. And every week they play the national anthem. And I'm assuming that every week for years, you have put your right hand over your heart. And now you're saying you just got caught up in the moment? Please. What's the kneeler's name, Johnny? Do you remember? Maybe Jones back there. What's the San Francisco Giants guy that kneeled? What was his name? How quickly we forget. Kaepernick.
Colin Kaepernick.
Colin Kaepernick. I would say this to Michael Strahan. At least Colin Kaepernick had the testicular fortitude to stick to his message. You're folding like a house of cards. If you want to make a protest about the election, then make a protest about the election. But don't sit here and say, oh, I just got caught up in the moment. And get mad at reporters for showing up to your home.
Don't come to my house.
Do you have
Don't
any
come to my
comment?
house.
What?
Come to my house.
So there you go. It's Michael Strahan.
Wow. Yeah, he's a big guy. That's pretty brave to go to his door in the first place.
Daily Mail, they wanted to get the story. This is one of the reasons why I actually really like the Daily Mail. And Joan, you missed it, but Strahan has now put out a statement saying that the reason why he didn't put his right hand over his heart is because he was caught up in the moment.
I'm sure he was.
Now, I don't
Very
buy that
emotional.
for a second. I mean, listen. First of all, he does this every single week and has been for years.
Yeah.
That's number one. And number two, at least Colin Kaepernick had the testicular fortitude to stick to his message. If you want to protest, protest. And Colin Kaepernick did and continues to do so. Michael Strahan folded like a house of cards. I'd have more respect for him if he said, you know what? Yeah, I was protesting because I was pissed at America because they voted for Donald Trump and they voted Donald Trump into office. I would have more respect for him if he just said it, as opposed to saying, oh, no, that's not what I was doing.
I was caught up in the moment, man.
Give me a break. Anyway, so Michael Strahan now is, trying to...
That was probably a CYA move.
Did Joy Behar and the other one, did they get fired from The View? I saw some ruckus on social media that their contracts are not going to be renewed. Wow. But I don't know if that's true or not.
I see stuff like that all the time, though. That's kind of one of those.
See, that's the thing.
The bait, the clickbait thing. Yeah.
It's awfully clickbaity.
Yeah.
Which is why when I see that clickbaity stuff, I don't click
You clicked on Michael Strahan, though, didn't you?
Well, I did, because I know that's a real story.
Yeah.
And plus, when there's really fun audio.
Don't come to my house.
Do you have
Don't
any
come to my
comment?
house.
What?
Come to my house.
Some people have a weakness for wine, women, and song. I have a weakness for great audio.
Don't come to my house.
Do you have
Don't
any
come to my
comment?
house.
What?
Come to my house.
That's it. I'm not going to do it again.
Speaks volumes about your marriage.
That's
wow.
Woo. Okay.
Wow. My wife is somewhere nodding, just so you know, Joan.
In her flannel pajamas.
What were you going to say, Johnny, before I move on?
With the door open.
Yes.
He should get the Will Smith Award. Really? Mm-hmm. That was a Will Smith moment.
Yeah.
It was. And you know what? Kudos to the Daily Mail for approaching him about that. Because again, I don't buy it at all. By the way, if you folks want to like find the link, did Whoopi and Joy Behar, are they going to get kicked off of The View? I don't see how they possibly would, because that show is so numbskully that, I mean, they would have to just find a couple of other, irritating loudmouthed women to spew a bunch of venom. And it's like, are they interchangeable like that? Is there another Whoopi out there? Is there another Joy Behar out there? I don't know.
Whoopi has said that she would leave The View if she had more money. She said she's having a hard time, like a lot of Americans. This is from Entertainment Weekly. She's having a hard time, like a lot of other Americans. She's just like us,
Yes.
Okay, let's Google how much Whoopi Goldberg is worth. How much is Whoopi Goldberg worth?
She can't buy eggs.
$60 million.
Why? Things are tough in Whoopi's world.
Well, that her View earned her a $60 million net worth.
Yeah.
That's what they say that she's worth.
My kid has to feed her family. My great-granddaughter has to be fed by her family. I know it's hard out there. I love what you did. Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez. Yeah.
Whatever.
She works for a living. She's a working person.
Listen, I'm not saying that Whoopi doesn't work, but to sit here and try to relate to, the common folk who don't have $60 million, it's one thing to have money. I'm going to be late for traffic. But it's one thing to have money and just not try to sort of cozy up to the common folk. But if you're saying, well, I'm struggling just like everybody else, when a quick Google search will show that you're worth $60 million, then that just feels like the same pandering that we voted against.
And that she pushes every day.
And that she pushes every day. Yeah. All right, got to go. 7:15. Time to check the roads. Actually, 7:17. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Bordeaux, that...
All right, at 7:18, rain today and a high of 63. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. I got 49 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right. We all heard the story. Did you hear the story? I know you did. Of FEMA and how FEMA decided that they were not going to help Trump homes, homes that had Donald Trump signs. Remember that whole thing? That FEMA employee, she was fired for skipping homes with Trump signs after Hurricane Helene. And now she is speaking out because this was a big story. I was gone, so I didn't get a chance to talk about this much. But you do know the story by now. FEMA had this policy of not helping hurricane victims if they saw a Trump sign in a yard. Caused a massive firestorm when a copy of a text message that said avoid the Trump homes in their rescue efforts. And that was published. I forget who published it. But here's the deal, is that the message was perfectly clear. They were not to help those homes that had Donald Trump signs in the front yard. Now, the woman at the center of this firestorm, her name is Marnie Washington. Marnie. And she was on a podcast and she was explaining all of this. And here's what she said. Johnny, need some audio?
What we call a community trend. And unfortunately, it just so happened that the political hostility that was encountered by my team, and I was on 2 different teams during this deployment, they just so happened to have the Trump campaign signage. FEMA always preaches avoidance first and then de-escalation. So this is not isolated. This is a colossal event of avoidance, not just in the state of Florida, but you will find avoidance in the Carolinas.
All right. So basically what she's saying is, yeah, it is policy because of what she is saying is this notion of avoidance. They're avoiding the Trump homes with the homes with Trump signs in front. They're avoiding those homes because they're always hostile towards FEMA. Now, I don't know if you can smell that, but I think that's BS. I think that is absolute BS. Because think about what they're saying. So you happen to have a Donald Trump for president sign in your front yard, but you've been out of power for days. You have no food and you have no water. FEMA rolls up with assistance, and because you don't like FEMA, you're going to tell them to go away and come out guns blazing? Because that's what this woman is saying. That's why FEMA, they say, is avoiding homes with Donald Trump signs in the front yard. And again, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
What we do is we discuss community trends. So if we are noticing, for example, on Mary Street, you'll find 3 or 4 homes that we tried to canvass and we were greeted with unwelcomed arms or people are coming out guns blazing or he's screaming at us. Then that's a street we need to avoid altogether.
All right. So in other words, if there's one person, so now hear what she's saying. If there's one person that has a problem with FEMA, then all 25 homes on the street don't get the assistance of FEMA? The hell is this woman talking about? It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And the more that she speaks, the less sense that she makes.
Senior leadership will lie to you and tell you that they do not know. But if you ask the DSA crew leads and specialists what they are experiencing in the field, they will tell you. Demand for FEMA to give you those incident reports. They will substantiate what is happening to us in the field.
So DSA stands for Disaster Survivor Assistance. But again, I'm trying to think about all of this. So on the one hand, she's saying, well, we don't like to deal with Trump homes because we've been dealing with them and they come out guns blazing. So if they just see a Donald Trump sign in a front yard, then they're not going to go to that home because they just assume that they're going to come out guns blazing. And then they're going to expand that out and not help the entire block. So the Harris supporter who lives next to the Trump supporter gets no help because of the Trump supporter, right? I mean, is that what she's saying? So is it based on behavior? Is it based on politics? Now, at one point, because this one was on a podcast, the podcast host, a guy named Roland Martin, read a text that was sent to leadership of FEMA that proves that her point that this is policy.
Good morning. LeGros Road is politically hostile. We are not canvassing this street any further. Moved on to North Lakeview Road. Great decision. Thanks for the update.
Exactly. So my senior leadership was aware of the amount of encounters that was going on in the field. Again, this was my second time and a second crew in Florida and experiencing unwelcomed behavior from the residents. Now,
wait, is it behavior or is it just the signs? Because she's talking out of both sides of her mouth. Because on the one hand, she says behavior, but then on the other hand, they say signs. So which is it? Are you afraid of the signs, or are Donald Trump supporters actually coming out, air quoting, guns blazing? This whole thing is just a bunch of BS.
Were they approaching these homes, knocking on the door, or people out there in the yard saying this? And so when that homeowner makes these statements, then what then does the worker do? Does the worker say, "Sir, ma'am, thank you very much"? And do they then notate political hostility? Do they move to the next house?
Yes, they are to de-escalate and disengage immediately, walk away from the home, complete the notation of what the encounter was, and move on to the next home.
So which is it? She literally says they go on to the next home, but if they see a block where there's several Trump signs, they avoid that entire block. None of this makes any sense. The only thing that does make sense is that it is clear that it is FEMA's policy. And remember, we've told you about this in the past, that part of FEMA's policy is all this DEI crap. And so to me, it sounds like what's going on is they just decided arbitrarily that because of, politics, they were not going to help supporters of Donald Trump. And this is under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's DEI. And by the way, there are people that have worked in FEMA that are coming out and saying that this is actually absolutely true. That under Joe Biden, under Kamala Harris, and it's been going on perhaps even before that, but this is part of FEMA's mode of operation.
A little bird told me recently.
Yes.
That Deanna Criswell, the head of FEMA, is not going to have a job as soon as there's a transition to power.
She can update her resume along with Jack Smith.
Yeah.
All right, 7:25. Thank you, Joan. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here for Space Cowboy Coffee. Working so early in the morning, that first cup of coffee is crucial. So is the second and third cup, by the way, in my instance. But I do depend on Space Cowboy Coffee to get me going. It is my new favorite coffee. It really does inspire me to get downstairs, start brewing, and then get to prepping. Now, this is a great local company, Space Cowboy Coffee, based in Nashville, and they've got a lot of fans. Right now, if you use promo code Dan, you get 10% off and free shipping when you order $50 or more. So take it from the coffee snob. Space Cowboy Coffee is incredible. Now, some folks like their coffee on the medium to lighter side, but me, I'm a dark roast kind of guy. which means that I love their Starstrom and Costa Rican single origin coffees. So if you like the dark roast, go with those. Again, Starstrom and Costa Rican single origin coffees. They do give me that jolt I need to get up and out the door every single morning. So whatever roast you want, Space Cowboy Coffee is where you need to go. Find them online. It is spacecowboycoffee.com, spacecowboycoffee.com. Hey everybody, Dan Mandis with Nashville's Morning News and Super Talk 89.7 WTN. I was speaking to Dr. Christopher Van Shank the other day at a station event. Now, he's a psychiatrist, and he was telling me about the mental health crisis here in America. And as you know, it's out of control. The COVID lockdowns were an absolute disaster. And Dr. Van Shank, again, he's a psychiatrist. And if you're one of those people, you feel like maybe you need to talk to somebody, I would recommend Dr. Christopher Van Shank. He can help you with addictions, depression, anxiety. He can also help kids with the same thing. He's been doing this for 15 years. He's been helping people, and he is here for you today. So if you want to check out his website is nolensvillepsychiatry.com. That's nolensvillepsychiatry.com. There's a whole list of issues that he can help you with. So check him out. If you feel like he can help you, give him a call. The number is below, and good luck.
Good morning. It is now 7:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We have your forecast coming up. Some rain in that forecast. Also, we have traffic, which includes a closure on Briley Parkway southbound at Centennial Boulevard, exit 26 in Bordeaux. And we have just learned that that was a crash of a Metro school bus. The school bus driver was injured in that crash that was transporting 3 students on board for Hillsborough High School. The driver was seen leaving the scene, wiping tears from her eyes. The bus collided with a wall. No students were injured. We'll have more on this as the information develops from this story this morning. Other news of the day, 1 week after his landslide election win, President-elect Donald Trump, is making more moves for his team. Here's ABC's Josh Einiger.
President-elect Donald Trump has been building out his team with lightning speed, installing those most loyal to him to positions of immense power. Elon Musk, the world's richest man who holds billions of dollars in federal contracts, will run something Trump is calling the Department of Government Efficiency, along with former presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy. They promise to cut $1 trillion from the federal budget.
The Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE. Senate Republicans are meeting in Washington this morning to cast secret ballots to select a new leader. We have learned that both Tennessee Senators Marsha Blackburn and Bill Hagerty are supporting Florida Senator Rick Scott, the strongest supporter of President Trump. Blackburn will be Dan's guest here on WTN in just about a half hour. Travel industry analysts say that this is shaping up to be the busiest holiday travel period on record. It'll also be expensive.
As of right now, traveling over Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's will be more expensive than last year. The travel website Hopper says tickets are about 10% higher this year, but still prices are below where they were pre-pandemic. The average Christmas airfare this year is around $349, but if you're trying to fly over Christmas or New Year's and have not yet booked, Hopper says wait until December 3rd when you have the best chance of getting a deal on flights, hotels, and car rentals during a day of travel sales after Black Friday. Alex Stone, ABC News.
And that's the latest news, traffic, and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. By the way, J.C. Bowman is going to be joining us here in the next couple of minutes because, as you know, the President-elect Donald Trump wants to eliminate the Department of Education. That is right up J.C. Bowman's alley. We'll talk to him about that. What does that look like, and will that be better for our kids? That conversation straight ahead on WTN. Are you looking to save on internet and mobile this holiday season? Well, good news. Xfinity is having a Black Friday sale. Their best deals of the year are going to be right here. Now learn how to get your choice of 5G phone on Xfinity. Plus, you can also get fast, reliable Xfinity internet with a line of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited for a great low price. So don't wait. Bring home a new 5G phone and get Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on Xfinity Mobile. That, my friends, is a big deal, or should I say a great gig deal. Now through December 3rd, ask how you can get your choice of free 5G phone with an unlimited plus line. Plus, get 300 megabit Xfinity internet and an unlimited mobile line together for only $35 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com/Black Friday sale to learn more. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Gig speeds available via hotspots to Xfinity Mobile customers only. Reduced mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Actual internet speeds and data thresholds may vary.
Well, we have that crash this morning that has closed down Briley Parkway southbound in Bordeaux at Centennial Boulevard, exit 26. And that it's closed down from exit 24, that's Ashland City Highway, up to exit 26. Traffic is backed up there. The drivers are going up and down the southbound ramps. Now, this one is that one that involved a school bus. No injuries reported there, and fluid has spilled on the road, so it may take a little while to clean that one up. Also, Talbot's Corner, a crash on 65 southbound lanes at Trinity Lane, exit 87, and the left shoulder is blocked. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
$7:40, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
And one other thing I'll be doing very early in the administration is closing up the Department of Education in Washington, D.C., and sending all education and education work and needs back to the states. We want them to run the education of our children because they'll do a much better job of it. You can't do worse. We spend more money per pupil by 3 times than any other nation, and yet we're absolutely at the bottom. We're one of the worst. So you can't do worse. We're going to end education coming out of Washington, D.C. We're going to close it up, all those buildings all over the place, and you have people that in many cases hate our children. We're going to send it all back to the states. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Donald Trump, President-elect Donald Trump. J.C. Bowman is joining us, our friend J.C. Bowman. It's been a minute, Executive Director and CEO of the Professional Educators of Tennessee. And you see J.C. all over the place talking about Tennessee education, and always great to have you on. So, J.C., Department of Education started by Jimmy Carter back in 1979. There's a meme going around, and I'm going to ask you if this is true or false, that when the Department of Education was created, America was number 1 in education around the world. And now we're down to like 24th, 25th, 29th, something like that. Is that meme real?
I don't know. I mean, here, who decided we were number one? That was the question. We self-decided that one, but I do think it has hurt. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and tell you it didn't. They pushed the agenda at the federal level and push it down upon the states, and it always depends on who sits in that Oval Office on where they go with that and what their priorities are. And quite honestly, I do think the Biden administration has pushed some priorities that people are sitting back going, why? And this is the repercussions for that.
Well, it does seem like we've gotten away from the reading, writing, arithmetic. I mean, that's what it used to be all about. And now there is all of this DEI and equity kind of stuff that, where kids are graduating and they only know one thing, DEI, in some of these cities.
Yeah, I get that. And that's exactly, I mean, look, with their objective, their own stated objective says student achievement and preparation for global competitiveness. If that's their definition that they're using, their mission statement, not mine, theirs, I mean, they failed, and they have failed pretty bad. I think that's probably accurate to say that. And I do think they do one good thing, though, Dan, I will say, besides the money that comes out of there. But I do think that the one thing that they do well is that they collect information and data, the What Works Clearinghouse, and it's there for people to look at. And that's what they should have been all along, as a clearinghouse.
All right, so here's a couple of questions. Number one is, can he just arbitrarily say, no more Department of Education? We are going to send those monies back to the states. And I believe that would be a good thing. I'm all about state control. But Absolutely. Can he legally do that? And how much money are we talking about? Would that be a nice windfall for the kids here in Tennessee?
Well, it's $1.8 billion in Tennessee.
Okay.
So, yeah, right at $2 billion. And so, yeah, I mean, I think it would be a great thing for Tennessee to send the money back to the states and to Tennessee and let them have those dollars. And, but there's a couple things that come along with that, caveats. I mean, IDEA, the special needs kids, federal funding for low-income students with disabilities, school lunch programs. Those dollars we cannot afford to lose right now. So, but he's talking about sending the money back. That's my understanding.
Well, okay,
can he do it? Well, go ahead. Can he do it? Yeah, I mean, he probably can.
I've got a question, because there are people that are panicking, and they're saying that their special needs kids will not get the education that they need. So that seems to be a talking point that, I'm not saying you're part of the left or not, but that seems to be a talking point that the left is using. So then my question is, okay, so if there are kids in the state of Tennessee who are going to public schools and there are federal programs that help these kids, why can't we just make state programs that'll help these same kids?
Well, first off, I don't have a lot of confidence in the Tennessee Department of Education, so there's that. But the second part is that let's give Tennessee credit. Tennessee's special ed law is actually stronger than the federal law. So that's, I mean, at least in Tennessee's case, we would be fine there. So I think that's probably accurate. Tennessee has some really good laws on the books for special education children.
Okay.
And I think, so I mean, now, will New York or Connecticut or California? I have no idea.
JC, hold on one sec. Got to check the roads on Super Talk 99.7. Thank you very much. Rain today, high of 63, 50 degrees now at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here on Nashville's Morning News, along with J.C. Bowman, talking about President Trump and his desire, as he has announced, and I believe he campaigned on this, but lightly, that he wants to eliminate the Department of Education. One of the questions I would have, and some super texters are asking the question as well, so how would this impact the all-powerful unions, especially the teachers' unions, Randy Weingarten and so forth?
Well, it will diminish their ability. That's the good thing. It'll diminish their power in Washington. One of the selling points for the NEA and the AFT is they're your voice in Washington, D.C. Well, if they don't have a voice there, they have to go back and focus on the states. And so, I mean,
but they're incredibly progressive. I mean, they supported Kamala Harris. They're all about DEI. They're very much from a leftist standpoint. So I'm not too concerned about them losing their power in Washington D.C. I know you're not either.
No, not at all. I thought all along that playing to Washington and was a mistake for everybody. I mean, the 10th Amendment. I mean, I go back to education is a states' rights issue, and I am for local control. I argue with some state legislators that they're not focused on local control enough. And, that's been part of my argument with state legislators. You look at it, we're replacing, we're getting a pretty powerful State Department of Education. When you look over there at the Andrew Johnson Towers, where they're at, I mean, the out-of-state lobbyists that are over there are just mind-boggling to me.
Well, we were talking about, remind me, JC, you and I have had this conversation. The state legislature a while ago was thinking about not accepting federal money anyway because there were strings attached to it, DEI kind of strings.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that not just DEI, I mean, there are all sorts of, for example, when COVID money came in, by the way, yes, so that's exactly right. And listen, Cameron Sexton did a good job. I told Cameron, and we were huge advocates. I've been an advocate for over 30 years of block granting the money directly back to the states and let the states, in fact, I would bypass the State Department of Education and let districts, use that money. And in turn, now there has to be rules and regulations. You can't just, you're not just going to hand your kids your checkbook and say, let me know how much allowance you take this week. I mean, there's going to be some things, but you have to go for improved academic achievement. You can take all the category money and use it and spend it on money that will actually improve education for those folks. Now, I will say, I do think that there are people that would not educate special needs kids. I've seen it in the last 35, 40 years. Personally, I've seen some where we've gotten better at it. And when I say inclusion, that's not a negative term. That's actually, we're around handicapped kids every single day of our life and handicapped adults. And to just think that the only time you're going to see them is they come out of a room in the corner. So you got to integrate those children and everybody else together. And so that's a good thing, I think. But the downside to that, there would be people that would just put them in a room and leave them there all day, and 12 years later, boot them out of the school.
Well,
and there are people.
And I agree with you, JC, and I'm not arguing with you, but I'm saying these are issues that we got to figure out. And these are issues that the state of Tennessee and the conservative state legislature and the sort of conservative governor, they would all figure it out. And these are things that need to happen. But if conservatives are all about states' rights and conservatives are all about, doing things at the local level, the state level, well, then figure it out. And we, America, voted for, in small part, eliminating the Department of Education. And now Trump is saying that he wants it to happen. And this is a president that was really, this election was a mandate. My question would be this, and as we wrap this up, is this really something that could actually happen? Or is this going to be met with so much anger, vitriol, hysteria, and legislation and lawsuits that it would just outlast, Trump's 4 years?
Yeah, that's a good question. So for what I had said, Dan, and I looked at, I really thought of what you said on this, because I think if we encourage innovation, accountability, and states demonstrate that they're improving it with those funds, and if they block grant it to the states, that absolutely, I think that we could have a better school system and an approach, and we could tailor the needs specifically to the children of Tennessee. I think that's where I think Cameron Sexton, honestly, I think he did a terrible job communicating it, but I think he was on track with saying that we've got special needs in Tennessee, and I don't mean special needs with children. We have specific areas, particularly like poverty and some other areas, that we could focus on with those dollars a lot better than some bureaucrat in Washington, D.C.
That's what I'm saying.
And I think that is dead on. And we could make a better system. I think Tennessee, on that, I agree with Donald Trump. I think he's absolutely right. The states could do it much more effectively. And look, now what does it look like? There'll be a transition up there. They'll have to phase out something. There will be a role there because, by the way, college dollars. I mean the student loan programs for colleges and all that are already up there, and those are huge entities.
Yeah.
What they're gonna do with those? They'll shift something under there, and somebody will manage those dollars. But the Department of Education has needed to change for 20 plus years. And Lamar Alexander was the Secretary of Education, a Tennessean, and he had advocated for change, and he couldn't get it done. So it took somebody in an Oval Office that's going to have to take the power and really focus on it. But I want to see the transition plan.
Well, and the thing that I like about this idea, we'll see, sometimes I feel like these conversations are all academic, but what I like about this too is it is a lot easier to hold state politicians accountable than it is federal politicians. So I think that I like this idea. It sounds like you do too. JC, is always great to have you on, and we'll have you back on soon. It is 7:52 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones was coming up in the news at 8.
A Metro Nashville school bus has crashed. No students injured, but we'll tell you what happened in the news. Also, how the White House press briefing room could be remade in the new administration. Those stories coming up at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I think I know what they're going to do, Joan.
What are they going to do,
For the
Dan?
White House press corps,
Yeah.
they need padded walls.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, some duct tape before everybody goes in.
Sure.
Wrap your heads. You'll
Padded
be fine.
walls,
Mhm.
duct tape. You know, they need to have a safe room nearby.
Oh, yeah.
They need a cry room for
Cry
the White
room.
House press
Cry
corps.
room, yeah.
I think that'd be a lot.
Perfect.
Somehow, I don't think that's what your story is about, but I'm just spitballing here.
It's been fun.
Let's see here. Senator Marsha Blackburn is going to be checking in at about 8:06 or so because she has now come out and she has endorsed Rick Scott. And so you know that this is this is an issue that is very important to WTN Nation. And Chris Hand, of course, there's going to be no living with Chris Hand after this. But anyway, we'll talk to the senator coming up at about 8:06 on Nashville's Morning News. A very brief conversation with the senator. Dan Mandis here for my friends at Zero Res. Eternally grateful to these folks because they keep my carpets insanely clean and safe for Riker and my new grandson as well. Now listen, dirty carpets equals sickness. Your carpet is the #1 air filter in your home, so keep it clean the Zero Res way. Now you know the Zero Res difference, right? It means powered water. No soap, no residue, no harsh chemicals. That means pure safety for your family and your pets. And your carpet's going to dry twice as fast. So get your home holiday ready with Zero Res, where they have a great deal going on right now. 3 rooms cleaned for $129. You also get a free hallway as well. Plus, use promo code FRESH100 to get $100 off of air duct cleaning as well when you use that promo code FRESH100. Restrictions apply. 1-800-0RES, 1-800-0RES, ZeroResNashville.com. 7:58 News with Joan is coming up next. Dan Mandis here. Now is the time to call my friends at Cove Generators. If you've ever wanted one of those highfalutin backup home standby generators, now is the time to do it with my friends at Cove Generators. Plus, they've got great financing options as well. They are your premier Generac home standby generator dealer in the state of Tennessee. So be prepared for the next power outage and call Cove Generators and never lose power again. 931-559-3311. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. They're really easy to work with at Cove Generators. They're going to answer all of your questions about how to keep the power on when those power outages happen. Cove Generators can also service your Generac automatic standby generator or any brand of generator that you own. Call them at 931-559-3311. 931-559-3311, covegenerators.com.
Good morning, 8:01, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Want to let you know that in Bordeaux, Briley Parkway, southbound at Centennial Boulevard, we now have one lane of traffic available. It's getting around a school bus accident. We've got your forecast and traffic coming up. That Metro school bus crashed into the Jersey Wall, the center median this morning, closing down southbound Briley Parkway for a short time. We've just learned that the school bus driver, one student, and a school bus monitor were injured, taken to the hospital. Channel 4 reporting that the bus crashed into that wall and an investigation is now underway. 2 people killed and nearly a dozen hospitalized after a factory explosion in Louisville, Kentucky yesterday afternoon. That factory sat in the middle of a neighborhood, and folks nearby say they're thankful it wasn't any worse.
And I was sitting there talking to my mother, and out of nowhere, a loud boom, and it shook the house.
And a CIA official charged with disclosing classified documents that showed Israel's plans to retaliate against Iran. The New York Times is reporting Asif Rahman was indicted last week and arrested yesterday in Colombia. Make that Cambodia. He was arrested in Cambodia. Rockman held a top secret security clearance with access to sensitive, compartmentalized information. One thing Americans can reportedly expect from the new administration, a shakeup in the briefing room. Axios reporting the new administration plans to add newer media outlets, which may include Bannon's War Room. Since there are only 49 seats, it could mean that press credentials for other mainstream media outlets would be limited. Axios also says among those vying to replace Karine Jean-Pierre, Trump advisor and attorney Alina Habba, Monica Crowley, former ESPN host Sage Steele, and CNN contributor Scott Jennings. Inflation rose 2.6%, according to the Labor Department this morning, and it sent stocks a bit higher as investors are hoping that'll mean the Fed brings down interest rates again. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. Joan Jones, WTN News. Let's see, in Bordeaux, it's that crash on Briley Parkway southbound at Centennial Boulevard, exit 26, and the right lane is blocked off still. The crews are out there cleaning up the fluid that was spilled on the road. Madison, we've got a crash, the right lane blocked on I-65 southbound at the Due West Avenue overpass. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled, opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
8:07 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Want to go right to the Newsmaker hotline where Senator Marsha Blackburn joins us. And Senator, always great to have you on. I know that our time is very limited, but you've decided now to endorse Rick Scott for Senate Majority Leader. Previously, you had said that you wanted to wait to hear from everyone, including John Cornyn and John Thune, but it seems like last night you had a change of heart.
Well, Dan, what we did was have a forum that we've fought very hard to get. Conservatives have fought to get conference meetings that would allow us to hear and weigh in on different issues. Mike Lee is who really led the charge on this. He leads our steering committee, which is the conservatives in the Senate. And we were able to secure that forum last night. We were very grateful for that. We wanted to be certain that everyone showed up. We had great attendance at it. People stayed. People asked questions. I was the first in the queue to ask questions, and it was really a welcome and wonderful experience because we wanted to hear from the three men, they're all good men, that were running for leader and make certain that they were going to be there to support President Trump's agenda. And we wanted those comments made to the conference as a whole. And following that, Mike Lee and I each announced our support for Tim Scott. So this is what you call going through orderly process, getting all the facts and all the information. And I'm really grateful that last night, I think, was a big win for the conservatives in the Senate because this is something repeatedly we asked for and could not get from McConnell because he would make the decision and then inform people. And we felt like conservatives didn't have a voice at the table. And you and I've talked about that, the frustration of not having the opportunity to have that voice and not being able to direct more of what was happening legislatively. So this was a good start for us last night. We were very pleased with it.
Absolutely. I'm a big Rick Scott fan, and I think that he has been given not such a fair shake in the past by the Democrats and, of course, the media as well. But you and I will save that for another day.
Well, media doesn't give any of us conservatives a fair shake. They never do.
Yeah.
So we live knowing that.
Yes, trust me, I'm right there with you.
This country is worth the fight.
I know we've only got 2 minutes left. Let me ask you, one bone of contention that a lot of conservatives have is that this is an anonymous vote. You've come out and you have said that you're going to support Rick Scott. Love that. What would you think about a roll call vote to get everyone on the record?
And the process of the Senate has been that this was a private or a secret ballot. You know, if people wanted to do a roll call, that is fine. And under a different leadership in the Senate, you might see that. But I will say this. I think that having people step forward last night, ask their questions, and having these that are running for leadership posts answer those questions in front of the full conference was a major change of how the U.S. Senate has worked.
All right, Senator Marsha Blackburn, always great to have you on. I know you've got another hit, so I will thank you for coming on in short notice and wish you the best of luck. All right, Senator Marsha Blackburn there on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Well, Dan.
All right, so it wasn't just me.
No.
It wasn't just me.
Wait, I think I didn't give it enough emphasis.
Dan.
Well, Dan. I think that was better.
Is she mad at me because she thinks that I was the one that was telling people to call her office? Is Chris Hand once again?
I think she felt like you were being confrontational in the beginning there.
Was I?
I don't think so.
Do you guys think I was being
not at all.
Confrontational?
You were all up in her grill.
Not at all.
Oh, no, I wouldn't.
I think
you asked her why her change of heart. You asked her.
Yeah, she wasn't sure. Rick Scott, John Cornyn, John Thune, you weren't sure what changed, and she said they had the thing last night. So I totally picked up on that.
Yeah.
Well, Dan,
you weren't alone.
No, listen, I'm not bagging on Senator Marsha Blackburn. She's great. I mean, whatever. But I just thought it was so funny.
Yeah. It was funny.
A lot of people on the super text line caught it too.
We know what we need to do, Johnny. Of course, we need to get that isolated.
Okay, we'll try to.
Yes, you do. Yes.
We need to get that isolated and listen. We're not bagging on Senator Blackburn, whatever, but she did the right thing.
Right.
She did the right thing, in my opinion, is that she said she'd be fine with a roll call to get everyone on the record. She said with new leadership, they may do that, and she is endorsing Rick Scott.
She also expressed quite a bit of frustration there with McConnell. Did she not?
Oh, she always has.
Yeah.
Yeah, McConnell, he's a pair
We
of
all
head.
know, but you hear these complaints all the time. I really didn't realize that he led with an iron fist. You know, he's got that demeanor that there's no expression whatsoever.
Yep.
It's shocking, kind of, that he seems like a turtle, and instead he's like really a
looks like one
Leviathan. Sorry.
Oh, a Leviathan? What,
Yeah.
what did I miss? Johnny, what's
like
a Leviathan?
Sea monster.
Johnny, do you know what a Leviathan is?
I do not. But
Now
she just
we
said
know, a
it's a sea
Leviathan.
monster. It's a sea monster.
I
It's a
bet
sea
our
monster.
super texters know what a Leviathan is.
I don't know if a lot of people know. Well, of course, now they'll say, oh, yeah, you know, Mandis, a Leviathan. You know what a Leviathan is, don't you? No.
It's a biblical sea monster.
You mean like, I don't know, the whale that ate Jonah?
No, no.
Is that, no, it's a whale, not a Leviathan.
No, it's
More
the one
like
in Ireland. Or
like a Loch Ness monster. I
Loch
would
Ness
think.
monster. Yeah.
Why'd you say the Loch Ness Monster?
She wanted to sound.
She wanted to sound hoity-toity.
She did.
You know
And she succeeded.
I'm going to be like Joan, and I'm going to drink with my pinky out.
You do that, Dan.
Well,
you know what? I
well,
would, but I would.
Dan.
With your tighty whities on and your little old man jeans hiked up to your chest. We know.
More slippery elm, Dan.
Yep.
I say it with affection. You know that.
Yeah, we do.
So apparently, she heard from the candidate. So I think what happened is that she heard from the candidates last night. I think what happened is she felt like my question was aggressive, maybe because.
Well, probably maybe you changed your mind. Maybe she thought I didn't have my mind made up.
Well, all I
I
wanted
think
to
Johnny's
know,
got it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, all I wanted to know is okay. So you know what made you make up your mind?
Hey, listen, if she's thin-skinned, she doesn't belong in the Senate. So that's
I don't-
okay that you asked a
whatever.
question like that.
Yeah, don't get into politics
No.
if you have a
Oh,
thin
I'm not
skin.
getting. Yeah, well, don't get into talk show hosting either if
That's
you got a
true.
thin skin.
That's true because boy, all you got to do is go to the super text line and. Whoo.
Oh, why are they yelling at me?
I don't know. They
Holy
usually-
mackerel! Good. I just popped over to the super text line.
Yeah, they all know what Leviathan is. Book of Job.
You know what, Joe? Sometimes you make me wheeze like a smoker. I can't believe
You
what
should
just
see a
came
doctor about that.
Oh my goodness! I'm not old and I don't smoke. Although I did have a slippery elm moment earlier today.
You did.
I sure did. About 20 seconds. You know what people talk because when my voice just
I heard that.
goes out just
Yeah,
very
I
quickly.
heard that.
And so people on the super text line are always, you know, get the slippery elm, and it's like, okay, well, it's kind of hard to when I'm in the middle of trying to speak, but I love that people, what they do in those moments is they keep listening to see if I can actually make it through, to see if I can power through.
It's like driving by an accident.
That's exactly what it is. That's like this entire damn show.
Johnny had the chest pedals ready for you.
Very, very good.
We got to keep those chest paddles handy around here.
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
All right, very good. Well, Johnny and
Well,
Joan,
Dan,
I think it's time to check the traffic on WTN. (8:17) Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Okay, so here's a few things that I've learned today. I've learned today that, yes, Leviathan, a lot of people knew what Leviathan is. People are laughing hysterically at the thought of me in skinny jeans and then remembering when I not only would wear skinny jeans, but people would make fun of me because I wore jorts.
Oh,
Now,
yeah.
Remember that whole stupid thing?
Yeah, I do.
And I actually brought physical proof that jorts were back in at the time because I brought in I think it was like a JCPenney mailer that had, you know, people in jorts, men in jorts. It's like, look, JCPenney, they sell them at JCPenney.
Look, Dan's wearing jorts and Crocs.
Yeah, that may have been a bit much. You know, the jorts were okay, but, you know, exposing the feet probably, you know, with the Crocs. Well, I guess, they sell Crocs that are like flip-flops, right?
I don't know. I don't buy Crocs.
I think they're as close to flip-flops as you can get without. I mean, they have the open back and
yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you need some clogs.
Oh, the other thing I learned today is apparently we went way too long. You'll notice this, Joan. Apparently we went way too long on Michael Strahan.
Oh.
People give us programming advice all the time.
Those armchair program directors.
The armchair people. This is fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Sure.
Because it's instant reaction.
Yeah.
And they're saying Michael Strahan came. And here's the other thing that I like, is that folks will give me more perspective. Michael Strahan came from a military family. And so I spend too much time bagging on Michael Strahan. Okay, I'm sorry, whatever. But here I go again. Well, I don't buy the fact that he says that he got lost in the moment. Whatever. It's all fine, well, and good. Not a big deal.
Well, I mean, they're saying that you shouldn't criticize him because he came from a military family.
Yeah, they believe him that he says that he got lost in the moment. I don't buy it. But here's the deal. Again, I don't want to. I could spend all day talking about these liberal meltdowns. Do you know what I want to do? I was thinking about getting Dr. Van Shank on. Dr. Van Shank, he's a psychiatrist. Christopher Van Shank. And I want him to give advice to the meltdowners out there, the liberals that are melting down. How is there something they can do from a psychiatric or psychological standpoint that would help them to get over their Trump derangement syndrome? Like, what can they? Wow. What can they do?
Well, isn't it kind of like, if you're an alcoholic, you have to realize you're an alcoholic. You have to admit it, say it. You have to admit that you have Trump derangement syndrome.
That you have a problem, and then you got to make amends to those that you hurt.
I think that's a lot of work.
That is a lot of work. Trust me.
Well, they're not willing to do that.
No, they aren't.
I mean,
They just need to move, I guess.
I'm just wondering if there's some medication that they can use to help them get over their TDS.
I don't think there's anything out there like that for them.
No.
Other than to move from the country.
We can play nice music, like calming music.
Yeah, they can maybe go look at some Leviathans online.
Correct.
Or we can sound like the government-run radio station.
They can dress real comfortable and put on some Crocs.
Light some candles.
Light
nice
some candles.
Scent helps.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
Dan's guest this hour.
And low lights.
Marsha Blackburn. She will be
Johnny's voice.
She'll be scolding me in that well-Dan voice. I've had bosses and wives that have spoken to me like that. Well, Dan.
Well, at least they call you Dan. I've been called worse.
Oh, really, Johnny? Let's explore.
No, we better not on the
We do
radio.
have the FCC regulations that we have to adhere to.
Yeah.
All that, and we're late. How is that possible? 822, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The Super Text line, very, very active today. People are just mocking me incessantly.
The jorts thing really got him.
The jorts thing.
Yeah.
Jorts.
Yes. Oh, somebody said it's because I asked her that she had a change of heart. Well, all I meant was you weren't sure about, you weren't sure about Rick Scott. You weren't sure about John Cornyn or John Thune. You wanted to hear from all three. So, maybe I asked the question inartfully. I don't know. With Marsha Blackburn.
Well, it kind of sounded like you said you've changed your mind or you've changed.
Made up her mind.
Yeah, made up your mind.
Whatever.
I wouldn't stew over it. It's just one of those.
I'll stew
all day and all night.
I'm gonna be stirring that stew all day long in my head.
You'll be in that hot tub with a dangria going.
Amy, we're sorry.
No, my problem is she's not home today.
Oh.
So she's not going to be around so that I can replay the moment in my mind 50,000 times with Amy. She's not going to be home. So when she gets home, she's going to get an earful. But before that, Riker's going to come home, and I'm going to have him listen to the audio and tell me, did I ask that question wrong?
Just want to play my games, Dan.
Johnny, I think you should give him the recording so that he can take it home with him and stew on it all day.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take that. Well, Dan. And I'm going to go ahead whenever the Marsha Blackburn people, if they ever reach out to me, which I'm not sure if they will, that'll be the tone that plays.
Well,
that'll be the ringtone. Well, Dan. Well, Dan. That'll be like, when they call. I said that the first time. 8:23 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news at 8:30?
Well, we'll do more on Marsha Blackburn's change of heart. Also, the president and the president-elect are meeting at the White House today. Those stories coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
You know what the great thing about me is? I just don't care.
Tell us.
I just don't care anymore. Like, they can be mad at me all they want. I don't care. I just don't care.
But you're going to stew on it.
I'm not going to stew on it. I've just decided that I'm not going to stew on it.
Johnny?
You've been stewing for 15 minutes now.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
about time to do that.
Glock store spot.
There you go, man.
All right, very good. So many reasons to like my two-way paradise, the Glock store. Now, number one, it is a great place to buy guns, ammo, get your firearms customized, and also the training as well. Now, they've got massive rooms where you can refine your shooting skills, firing behind corners, in the dark, in motion, and various target levels as well. So don't settle for lane ranges, which kind of suck. Go to the Shoot 270 indoor ranges at the Glock store. This is my two-way company. I buy my guns there. I buy my ammo there. And yes, this is where I train as well. So come on out, have a blast, and don't forget to reach out to the Glock store for all your training and two-way needs. That website, shoot270.com, shoot270.com, minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere. Hello. Super Talk 99.7 WTN Window Nation. Dan Mandis here for my window company, Window Nation. They put new windows in my basement studio, my kitchen, and my bedroom. I love my windows, and I love Window Nation. Now, why? Because they're helping to save my listeners a lot of money, not only in the short term, but the long term as well. So if you want new windows, they're offering you a huge deal right now, 50% off all their window styles, including double hung, bays, picture windows, and every other window imaginable. You also pay nothing until 2025 and get 0% interest for 5 years. Now, these folks at Window Nation, they're truly experts in their field, and their installation teams have over 10 years of install experience. You know that 96% of all their installed windows require no follow-up service, and they can install in a day or less, and Window Nation offers a lifetime warranty. Now, remember that great deal, any window 50% off, and you pay nothing until 2025 and pay no interest for 5 full years. 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, windownation.com.
Good morning. It's now 8:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Want to let you know that crews are still working to soak up the oil and gasoline that spilled from a school bus that crashed into the Jersey Wall in the center of Briley Parkway near Centennial Boulevard this morning. One student, the driver of the bus, and a bus monitor, they were all taken to the hospital. Other news, Tennessee Senator Marsha Blackburn has thrown her support behind Florida Senator Rick Scott in his bid to become Senate Majority Leader. Earlier this morning, Dan Mandis asked what helped to change her mind.
Well, Dan, what we did was have a forum that we've fought very hard to get. Conservatives have fought to get conference meetings that would allow us to hear and weigh in on different issues.
And that meeting happened last night. Tennessee's other Senator Bill Hagerty also supporting Senator Rick Scott. President-elect Trump makes a pit stop at the White House this morning. It is the ceremonial meeting with President Biden ahead of the transition of power. ABC's Mary Bruce.
Don't know how long the two will be meeting here in the Oval Office or who else will be present in the room. One person we do know will not be there is Vice President Kamala Harris.
The two presidents will sit down for a chit-chat in the Oval Office. It'll happen about 10 o'clock this morning. Inflation ticked up in October, 2.6%, and that may give the Federal Reserve more reason to lower interest rates. Stock futures ahead of the market open, the market has opened. The opening bell has rung. Now the Dow Jones Industrials are up 60, NASDAQ gaining 17, and the S&P 500 index is up 5 points. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather. Next, I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 8:32, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Skip the hassle and sell your home with the strongest cash offer this fall with Mark Spain Real Estate. Their guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. Dan Mandis here, and again, with that guaranteed offer, you can skip the uncertainty and sell your home fast for an all-cash offer in as little as 21 days. There's no showings, no open houses, and no costly repairs, just cash in hand and a stress-free sale. Their guaranteed offer gives you the peace of mind that your home will be sold when you need it to be sold. You can skip the hassle and sell your home with the strongest cash offer this fall. The guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate is the easiest way to sell your home. 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD. You can also find them online. It's markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com, and start packing.
Got an accident in northwest Nashville. This is on Clarksville Pike at Kings Lane. Also in Antioch, an accident Murfreesboro Pike at Hobson Pike and Harding Pike north of Highway 100 in Belmead. There's an accident in that area as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Time for us to talk.
Yeah, baby.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Well, Dan.
Welcome on. Welcome on
Get
into
in on it.
Game of four. Gang of four.
How much time did they say that she was going to have with you?
That's part of the issue is I only had a couple of minutes. And so I was trying to get the question out very quickly. And
do you think that's by design? She didn't want to spend too much time. She wanted to get in and get out.
I don't know.
She said she had another phone call, right?
Another hit, yeah.
Yep. I think I got it here, John. I think I got the whole thing.
All right.
Let's see. I don't know.
Well, Dan.
You got it.
Oh, my goodness gracious. For people who are just joining us, so I think I rushed through the question. And so she may have misinterpreted my question as being maybe inartful, the way that I asked the question. But basically, I mean, I asked her so you were not sold or whatever on Thune and Rick Scott and John Cornyn. So, what changed your mind? And they had
Is this you not stewing on it?
They had the form. No, it's
that's what I think you're doing, right?
Well, Dan.
No, I'm not stewing on anything. I'm not stewing on anything. But I went back and I listened to the question, and I mean, maybe it was a little inartful, but she knew what I meant. It's like, okay, so why?
I thought the question was fine. I thought you nailed it. It was the one question that everybody wants to know. The people of Middle Tennessee have been flooding her voicemail box because they won't pick up the phone to get answers from her. And that's what you wanted the answer to.
Yeah. And Chris, why were they doing that?
I have no idea.
Because you sent them there.
Maybe.
Murphy Show. Murphy Show was on it yesterday, from what I understand.
I've been trying to get her on my show, too. I don't know why she won't come on.
Well, I don't know. Maybe she's annoyed with WTN because of all of the ruckus that, has been caused on this radio station.
Well, Chris.
She brought the ruckus.
So once again, Dan gets blamed.
That's something Chris did. This is like YouTube all over again.
Well, Dan.
If I knew that you were going to be the one catching blame for me, I would have been doing much more outlandish things.
Anyway, whatever.
I may start.
It's funny though when you look at, because I pulled that off of YouTube, and if you're watching on YouTube, you can see that Johnny and I both look at each other when when she.
Well, Dan.
When she says that.
Well, Dan.
And we're just like.
That sounds like a spouse.
I'm trying to get it to. Oh, I see what's happening.
That sounds like a spouse when you've totally PO'd them.
Yeah, but Johnny and I look at each other when she said that, and we all both kind of look at each other like, did that just happen? Whatever. So listen, all they want to, I think what she was trying to say is we had the form, and then that's when she made up her mind.
That's what changed her mind.
All she wanted to do was hear from all three.
Yeah, sure.
It wasn't you, Chris.
Sure.
I don't get it though, because you know these guys. You served with them for years. Rick Scott and John Cornyn and John Thune. You've been working with all of them for years. So Bill Hagerty he was first up and said, I don't need to hear from these three. I'm voting for Rick Scott. Rick Scott has my support. So I think that, may have been part of it.
Marsha's been around a little bit longer, and she may have that whole political, I'm listening to both sides thing going on.
Maybe. I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen to the people that voted for you is probably the better idea.
You want to hear it one more time?
I do.
You guys want to hear it one more time?
Yeah.
Well, Dan.
Currently, the names in support of Rick Scott: Ted Cruz, Mike Lee, Ron Johnson, Blackburn, Rand Paul, Haggerty, Rubio, Tuberville. Do you think Rick Scott makes it across the finish line?
He's got. Oh yeah, absolutely. It sounds like it.
Well, you want someone that's going to, push the Trump agenda.
Well, that's the whole point. And we've all been saying that Cornyn and Thune, they went out and they had trashed Trump. I forget exactly what they did. You had the audio.
Some of the early stuff, like in 2016 when they're doing the Never Trumper thing, I can forgive that, right? We forgave J.D. Vance for that. And if you have a change of heart, make it known. But the thing that really, really got me was when both Thune and Cornyn came out after the E. Jean Carroll verdict. They're like, well, this is disqualifying, and we can't believe.
Yeah. And that was such BS.
Are you paying attention? The woman who tells Anderson Cooper that rape is sexy is to, we had to take her word for it.
Yeah.
Absolutely
And then you have Trump's ex-wife who tells the press, I've never seen Donald Trump chase any woman. It's always the other way around.
Yep.
It's tough to be Trump.
Yeah, it is.
It is.
Chris, what did you bring for this train wreck of a segment?
Well, I got another reason not to send your kids to a DE Ivy League school. Yale University is offering Beyonce Makes History courses in 2025.
She makes what?
History.
Beyonce Makes History. That's the course.
What history did she make? About the Grammys?
I don't know.
Her country album?
It's titled Beyonce Makes History: Black Radical Tradition, Culture, Theory, and Politics Through Music. It's a one-credit class that will focus on the period from her 2013 self-titled album through this year's genre-defying Cowboy Carter.
I thought, it's kind of funny because when I heard that it was going to be a Beyonce in history, I thought it was because she made the worst country album in history. Is that... Okay, anyway, what else you got?
I felt like it was cultural appropriation.
There you go. Cultural appropriation, whatever. Moving on.
Yeah.
You had, Joan, a bunch of names of people that might end up being press secretary.
Yes.
Sage Steele.
Yes.
Chris, I want to know, I want to do a poll of the four of us. Who do you want for press secretary of these names? One was Sage Steele.
Who's like, Sage Steele is like a bizarro KJP, right? She's like the exact opposite.
Yes.
Superman versus Bizarro. Do you understand the reference?
Sure.
Okay.
No.
Well,
Joan doesn't understand it.
Bizarro was made in a lab, and he's like the exact opposite of Superman, but he has all the same powers.
Joan is like SpongeBob opposite day.
Think
about it
I
like
get
that.
it. Okay.
Thank you. See, I know stuff too.
Well, Dan, here's another one that I think is really, you're going to love this one.
Yeah.
CNN contributor Scott Jennings.
I love that
Can
one.
you imagine how he put these
Scott
people
Jennings.
in their places?
That'd be good.
Yeah.
Scott would be a good one.
Trump advisor and attorney Alina Habba.
She'd be a home run.
She'd be a home run. She's,
You know what? Do you know what I think about when I think of Alina Habba?
Habba.
Well, Dan.
This is a family show. Go ahead.
She takes all the fun out of my jokes. All I was going to say was Habba Habba.
Well, Dan.
Time to go get your little old man jeans on. Yeah.
Well, Dan.
Oh, moving right along.
Good night. Listen, jorts are fine. Jorts are cool.
Are jorts cool?
Wear jorts.
Okay.
Wear Crocs.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
By all means.
Usually I agree with you, Chris, but no.
Are you talking about what is your problem with jorts, or what is your problem, Johnny?
With both.
I don't own either, but I don't want to stomp all over Dan. Wear them,
I love
Dan.
Dan.
I've had a hard day.
Well, Dan.
I've had a hard day.
Yes, you
You know,
have.
I probably could have been better just to ask her about jorts and Crocs.
Should have gotten him a little cry room of his own next door.
That's exactly right. I have to go home and take a bath.
A bubble bath.
Yeah. Yes, that's exactly what I need to do.
Calgon, take me away.
So what were the other names? Scott Jennings.
Scott Jennings.
Sage Steele.
Oh, Monica Crowley.
Nah.
Nah.
You don't think so?
Nope.
She's too nice.
I want Trace Atkins. Yeah, wouldn't that be great?
Yeah, with that
wouldn't
voice.
that be great?
That would be fun.
Oh,
What the hell you want?
And the other side of this is that they're going to shake up the way that press passes are given. There's 49 seats, and that's it. They can't make that room any bigger.
Yep.
Which I argue that they probably could if they wanted to. But they're going to give new media outlets some passes this time.
Here we go.
Yeah, Bannon's War Room is rumored to be one of them.
As they should be.
Absolutely. And because there's only 49, some are going to get booted out, especially of those two front rows.
Well, listen, when Elon Musk buys MSNBC, then they get a seat.
Mm-hmm.
You heard that, right?
Oh, yeah.
All right. CNN is going to be letting a lot of people go. Maybe they can let go of the White House press person and they can give up the seats to Steve Bannon. Oh, could you imagine that?
Do you think the announcement of Chris Wallace going, I'm going independent, was him getting in front of being laid off by CNN?
Oh, yes. Absolutely.
Of course. He signed a 3-year deal. And so after 3 years, he's gone. And he knew that he was gone. So he just decided, okay, I'm going to say that I'm going to go do whatever the heck it is. You know, Chris Wallace, go retire.
He said, it's my job, my choice.
Dude, you are 77 years old. Just go retire.
Honestly.
You're like Brian Wilson. Just retire. Well, he announced it, right?
Well,
Am I missing something?
Well, Dan.
Yeah, he did.
No, yeah, he announced it.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, I was out of town. Everybody's like, oh crap,
The
Mandis, you
silence.
weren't supposed to say anything.
Well, Dan.
Oh, that one's got legs.
I think
Yeah, it does.
that's gonna live on in infamy,
Yes,
man.
it will.
Yeah.
No, listen. I'm very happy for Brian. I
am too.
He has had an incredible 50+ year career.
100%.
50 plus.
Unreal career.
I was at the dentist yesterday, and you know how when you're in the dentist office and you're like getting your teeth cleaned, the next room over, like there's no doors, everything's open.
Yeah.
The tech from the other room next door pokes her head in and says to me, she has no idea who I am. She pokes her head in and she says, I can't believe he's going to retire.
And Joan with the stuff in her mouth.
Yeah. So they must have looked at where I worked, and the lady came around the corner and she said, I can't believe Brian Wilson's going to retire.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well,
so back to that list of press secretaries.
Yes.
I'm very disappointed that Peter Doocy or Alex Jones are not on the list.
Yeah. Well, I think Peter Doocy really enjoys doing what he's doing.
Alex Jones put his name out there.
It would be that's the meme candidate.
I know it's the meme candidate.
I love it.
Wouldn't that be
I know you love it. I don't.
I think it would be hilarious.
See, I think it would be funny, but the reasoning was because he says somebody's got to go in there and tell them that they don't matter and they're all pieces of crap. Right?
You're my enemy.
Yeah. And for me, I'm just like, you know what?
They're turning the frogs gay. Why don't you cover that? You're asking me about budgets? What about the frogs?
He's going to need some slippery elm.
No, I like Scott Jennings. For me, I like Scott Jennings.
I think that would be great.
Yeah.
I do. I think Scott Jennings would be outstanding. Sage Steele, I don't think she's strong enough. And I'm not saying that. You know, I don't think she's got
because she's a woman.
No. Listen.
Well, Dan.
I like Alina Hubba Hubba. Hubba Hubba.
Oh,
Alina Hubba Hubba.
You can't gear your way up to being tough enough for this group. You have to go in there guns a-blazing.
That's exactly right. You need to be.
And Scott Jennings he's got it already.
Well, and he's used to being, the guy that's being yelled at by the liberals.
Yeah.
So I think he would be great. I would love it if he would, because I've turned into a big Scott Jennings fan. I really have. And I think I don't know. Let me tell you something. If CNN ends up letting all those people go, you really think they're gonna keep Scott Jennings? No, they're not. So he needs a gig.
Well, but he's the steadying force there. If they plan to do something to become a real news organization, he could probably lead the charge.
Good point. Do you really think they're going to get rid of people like Anderson Cooper, though?
They have to. He pulls down $3 million a year.
Word on the street is yes. I don't know what street that is.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. No, I think he'd be fine. You know, he have the Vanderbilt family. I think he'd be fine. But I don't know who else. I mean, they got rid of Don Lemon, you know, but they got rid of him for cause.
Yes.
It was because he's an idiot.
All you have to do is watch New Year's Eve and you'd know.
Yes.
I like that because he's an
I
idiot.
like it. I like it.
I actually, that just came off right at the top of my head.
Very good.
Yeah, I usually have to write my jokes like 4 days in advance and then...
and make sure we listen to them.
And then, yes.
Real good.
That's exactly right. And then if you don't, I'll just repeat it over and over again like...
Well, Dan.
Like that. All right. What is coming? Are we done? What else we got? Is that it?
I think that's it.
Okay. You had another story, though. We got about a minute.
Yeah. Naked man living in a crawl space in California.
Only in California.
Here's the best part. This elderly woman finds a naked man living in her crawl space under her home. He's naked. He's arrested, taken into custody. Do you know what he was charged with? Suspicion of trespassing.
What?
Suspicion.
Only in California.
Only in California.
Can a naked man be in your crawl space? And it's like, well, we think he may have been trespassing. This poor woman is 93 years old. I don't know what she was doing in her own crawl space anyway. And then
Good question.
To find a naked man down there, it's like, well, I think I should call somebody to check this out. This doesn't seem like regulation. But
Well, Sonny, it was like Christmas.
What is it? We got to pivot. AMMA?
Armored MMA?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's medieval knights.
Crazy.
And they're doing fights in like full knight armor. Me and Murphy are going this weekend. And
actually, no. Murphy is not going this weekend. Apparently, I am being told you're standing in.
You're standing in? Dude, we're gonna have a blast. I'm bringing my boy Brooks, the 7-year-old.
So this is like fighting with armor?
So it's fighting with armor, and they have like it's a lot of weapons.
Hold on, are you gonna try it out? Are you gonna like do it?
Well, me and Murphy thought about doing it and fighting each other. Corporate put the kibosh on it.
No,
and then
can't imagine that.
And then when we got there and we saw these guys actually training and fighting in the armor, we're like, thank God for corporate.
So I'm going to this, apparently.
Yeah. You're in the corner of one fighter. I'm going to be in the corner of the other then.
Okay. Okay.
We're managers.
I don't...
So you guys tally them down.
In the corner?
Yeah. You're like Bobby the Brain Heenan. I can be like Captain Lou Albano.
So I'm going to be like telling him how to fight?
In a sense, yeah.
You got to punch more.
He's gonna look at you. He's gonna look at you. He's gonna say, "Well, Dan."
Dan.
Might give you the finger too. Like,
listen, you need to polish your armor more. That's what you need to do. That's what.
The shine will get in his eyes.
it's a strategy.
I'll blind the opponent. You know.
Would you like some dangria?
I guess I'll be there. So, are their listeners going to be there too?
Yeah,
that'd be fun.
It's going to be a blast, man. We're
okay.
I'm actually very, very excited to watch this, and it's going to be nonstop action all night. 12
you mean
fights.
Violence? You're violence.
It's
going to be nonstop violence.
They told me that they go as far as they can to the line of violence without police having to press charges.
Good Lord!
I love it.
How long is this thing?
It's a few hours.
Murphy, you owe me one. I'm sure that I'm going to have a great time.
No, we're going to have a blast.
Okay, I'm looking forward to it.
And I'm bringing Brooks.
Okay.
Bring Riker if he's around.
That's a good idea.
No,
we'll get the kids in the VIP.
No, Riker's with his dad. And but you sure Brooks isn't going to start to like use the moves on his kids, on his brother and sister?
He's already using the moves, Dan.
There you go. All right, got to go. 8:55 WTN. Quickly, what's coming up?
We're going to talk about the appointment of Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy to DOGE, Pete Hegseth, and more.
All right, Loan Pronto, what if you could take all those high-interest debt, like credit cards and so forth, and just consolidate everything into one lower payment and get it done by January? Loan Pronto can do that, so stop stressing and call them today to get started. We've got the lowest rates in 2 years right now, so right now is the perfect time to call my friends at Loan Pronto. 615-499-5780. 615-499-5780. Homeowners who do this can save on average $850 a month. They've got rates with APRs in the lower fives, and they're getting homeowners hundreds of thousands of dollars out of their home's equity. So call them today, 615-499-5780. You won't make a house payment till 2025. LoanPronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781. On approved credit, NMLAccess.org. Hey everybody, Dan Mandis with Nashville's Morning News and Super Talk 89.7 WTN. I was speaking to Dr. Christopher Van Shank the other day at a station event. Now, he's a psychiatrist, and he was telling me about the mental health crisis here in America. And as you know, it's out of control. The COVID lockdowns were an absolute disaster. And Dr. Van Shank, again, he's a psychiatrist. And if you're one of those people, you feel like maybe you need to talk to somebody, I would recommend Dr. Christopher Van Shank. He can help you with addictions, depression, anxiety. He can also help kids with the same thing. He's been doing this for 15 years. He's been helping people, and he is here for you today. So if you want to check out his website is nolensvillepsychiatry.com. That's nolensvillepsychiatry.com. There's a whole list of issues that he can help you with. So check him out. If you feel like he can help you, give him a call. The number is below, and good luck.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.